Yeah.
This is a smoke break song, or it might be a coffee song. Just everyone sing along, go and take a pee. This is a smoke break song, lunch lady's smoke break song. She doesn't like them to be alone, that's just the way it's gonna be. So what are y'all into? Hey Richie, have you drank a few? I drank a few too, back in '93. This is a Pete dance song, everybody better be getting on. Sit on the pot and pee, even if you have a wee-wee. This is the Beefcake song, he needs coffee for his drive to be gone from the house so he can make some money. This is an Aussie song, everyone just sing along. We'll sing hey true blue and green with the cooey. This is a British song, it's a quite proper song. We will all go mad unless you sing along. Okay, that's long enough for our professional smoker. Come back to your chat, great host Leanie. Hotbox that cigarette, your song is over yet? My words I'm starting to forget because we don't ever sleep. Hit the like chicken, LL Cool Mom out. I'll be one ticking, LL Cool Mom out. Come on. Everyone just sing along. We'll sing hey true blue and green with the cooey. This is a British song, it's a quite proper song. We will all go mad unless you sing along. Okay, that's long enough for our professional smoker. Come back to your chat, great host Leanie. Hot off that cigarette, your song is over yet? My words I'm starting to forget because we don't ever sleep. Hit the like chicken, LL Cool Mom out. Hope you want chicken, LL Cool Mom out. How?
According to Leanie, coffee's king. Cigs in hand, she does her thing. Maggie's got the jokes we know. Together we are ready for the show. Chat's on fire, the crowd goes wild. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On the chorus of Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. Maggie's got that wit so quick. We tune in daily for our fix. Community that stands so strong. Laughing, chatting all day long. From sunrise to the longest nights. Leanie's tales put out our lights. On a coin to Leanie, life's no joke. Spark that cig and take a toke. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show is always near. On a chorus of Leanie, life's no loud. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus of Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here.
Good evening to everybody in chat. I'm getting good at this, aren't I?
You know, I hello Lizzo. How are you, love bug? Listen, and hello to everybody in the naked bushes up there. Listen, uh I think I'm slap happy. Do you know what that means?
You
Slap
slappy.
happy?
No.
Yeah, it means like
Slappy,
you're
yeah,
either
but if someone slapped someone and they just kept on going, that'd be slappy.
no, I wished I was like that. I wish there was someone I could slap around. No, it's like where you're just so damn tired or whatever, and you just or you're too drunk and you're just laughing about every little thing. That's the
Everything.
way, yeah, that's the way that I feel like since I got off the other live because um it, it's kind of a big deal for me whenever Beefcake comes on here because it's really not his
I think
jam.
he's absolutely a natural. Honestly, I said to Alec, he came out of the shed where he works,
Yeah.
and he says, "What are you listening to?" I said, "That's Beefcake." He went, "Is it?" I said, "Yeah." He went, "Oh my God!" He didn't know it was Beefcake. Sounds so professional.
Yeah, but it's really not it's not his jam. He doesn't
Yeah,
he
Lily,
doesn't enjoy it.
look, because we're from the UK. Look, she said the
I
same as me.
I think it means happy slap. I would love to slap people.
I told you that's what it means for us. Slap happy.
Slap happy. Um so no, I really do appreciate Beefcake coming. I was like, dude, we gotta tell this because all my friends
Yeah,
know
I
that you had
told us.
jury duty. So I appreciated him coming in and doing that. And I know he's really, really tired.
Oh
Um
yeah, but he was
and
really good,
then
and
I
I like
he
the way he describes everything. Do you know what I mean? He makes you get a
yeah,
picture in your mind. He doesn't leave it out. He doesn't just go from one thing. He'll say, and I pulled the chair up and I sat down, and there was the
and I sat
detail of
down.
everything. Now I love it. That's how I like someone very descriptive. Then
Yeah,
capture me.
yeah. He I wanted him to do it because a lot of us haven't had the opportunity. How do you get 2 murder trials or, that have to do with murder? And I can't even get on one, although I'd get kicked off, I'm sure, because I can't keep my mouth
I'd
shut
love
for
to do
nothing.
it. Now.
Your Honor,
Like,
let me
whoa,
set,
whoa, whoa.
whoa. I bring my own gavel in, Maggie. I be gaveling the hell out of the
Do you
seat.
know who I am? Do you know who I am? According to Leanie.
According to Leanie, everywhere I go. All right. Hold on, Your Honor. Ain't nobody talking. Nobody cares what you got to say right now, Your Honor. It would be terrible, Maggie.
I'll pop up and go, I am co-host.
So after we got off, Beefcake went, have you ever felt like you knew what your body was lacking? So, like, for me, I always tell y'all that I can get away with eating like a bologna sandwich every day. And I think I can until I get like to where I am today. So like Beefcake has been busy all this week in court and so we haven't hardly been like just eating. So I've been eating like a toast here, a banana there,
Mhm.
just nothing big. And
I'm
all
the
of a
same.
sudden,
If
like,
they want to, yeah.
and at the end of that live, I was like, Beefcake, I really need some meat. Like I can feel I need meat. And I eat any more bread, I think I'm gonna just get really sick. And so thank God he went and got me some hamburger meat and I ate it and I feel a lot
Yeah.
better, but then I was real tired. And then on top of that, then I had you in my ear and I laughed the whole time waiting for this live to start. God, if you don't have a Maggie, she's freaking hilarious, you guys. I'm serious. Now, maybe me and you would be the only ones laughing at our stupidity. I don't know.
I
But
know.
I
It's
don't
our mentality. We're not right in the brain.
not right. But you know what? We're in good company. We're in
We
really
are.
good company.
Oh, we're all mad together. Lizzo, I've been called up twice. Twice, but I sent it, and not so long ago, I got off with it. I said, oh, I couldn't sit in them chairs all day. My back would be killing me. There's just no way. So I got off with it, thank God. So
Yeah, but what if you'd have got a murder trial?
now, but
Oh
you
man,
gotta get
Max.
there every morning in the city centre in Liverpool is. Can you imagine the traffic here in the city?
I
So you've got to
guess.
get there every morning, and then you're up and down into the jurors' room, into the green room, and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd have to bring the mobility scooter. Can you imagine me whizzing around the course in a
Beep
mobility
beep,
scooter?
motherfuckers.
Yeah, I'd be like, hang on, George, hold on a minute. Could I
All
just
right,
make
Newt.
sure I park a bit straighter?
Newt. Okay, buddy. All right, buddy.
Who's the
Hello,
baby?
Wild Angel. Welcome back. AZ, welcome back
Hiya,
to you.
Waddy.
Um,
Hiya, Daisy.
I think AZ actually subbed up yesterday, and I'm so grateful for it. Thank you for
Yeah,
that.
came
And
in.
thank you for
Came in
coming
last
back.
night. Yeah.
So what we're here for, we're just gonna usually what we'll do on a Thursday is we just kind of go over, what are we more of a theory kind of thing. I can let people get away with more theory stuff that I can
Yeah.
do on Wednesdays. I really like to just kind of stick to the facts that we know on Wednesdays. Thursdays we kind of talk about the facts we know, and then maybe, hey, do a little bit of theorizing and stuff that always gets me in trouble. And I am always 100%
Well, I heard
wrong.
something
Just so you know
today.
that, Maggie.
I know, Gail, I know.
I am
You're wrong.
always
You're wrong.
wrong.
You were wrong yesterday.
I
And
know,
you're gonna
and
be
you
wrong
took it
again today.
down.
And I took it down. I'm gonna make a new one as we speak. Go on, carry on.
See, I'm wrong a lot, and I
Yeah.
tell, and the deal is AZ, are you from the States? Or are you from the UK? Because you're right. You're the first
Wait.
honest to God. How long
Oh
we had a
my
channel?
God.
We've had a channel. What? How long has it been? February,
Oh,
March, April,
over a
May.
year, is it?
So yeah, so it'll be
Yeah.
15 months on the 12th of this month. You're the first person ever that known that Maggie was a scouser, besides
Yeah.
people we hang out with all the time.
Easy, right? Everyone thinks I'm Scottish
Yeah.
or Australian or Irish. Everyone. Where are you from?
Oh, they have to be
If
from
you
the
don't mind me
UK.
asking.
Have to be.
Where is it? Let's find out. Dun dun dun.
I'm waiting with bated breath. I thought AZ probably meant Arizona.
I was thinking.
Maybe it means something New
I was
Zealand.
thinking New Zealand. I don't know why.
Australian Zealand.
I'm from New England, but
yet
hang
you know
on.
the Scouser accent.
Yeah. So how do you know a Scouser? Are you
Because
familiar? Tell me. I'm intrigued.
AZ, I have to tell you right now, this woman up here, I never even heard it. Scouser, right?
Scouser.
The only time I've ever heard the word scouse was from Dr. Seuss, right? Well, then I figured out not only is Maggie a scouse, she cooks scouse, she lives in a scouse, she drives a scouse. She speaks scouse, she dresses scouse. Who the hell is
I've got
Pat?
Scouse brows.
Who's Patty the Baddy?
Oh, do you watch Paddy the Baddy?
Patty
Oh
Bimblett?
God. Paddy, tell her who Paddy the Baddy. Look it
Who
up,
is
like,
that?
get it up.
All right,
Look it
hold
up.
on. Let me look up Patty the Baddy.
Paddy the
I
Baddy.
want to know.
He's a legend here.
Is he?
Legend.
Patty the Baddy. Oh, I
Paddy
like.
the Baddy.
Oh, he's a martial artist.
He's
I
the
was
martial
hoping he was.
arts. Paddy the Baddy. Hang on, isn't he the one? He goes around Liverpool and he picks up the dog shit. He gets a
I
cop
was
on
going to
him.
say I would rather him be funny.
He is funny.
Is
I've
he?
seen him loads of times on video. He's honest to God. He goes round and he's fuming if a dog shits on the step or anything. He's dead nice. He does little things. He's funny.
Oh, he's been over to Miami too.
Has he?
Yeah. Patty the Baddy's epic walkout. Let's watch that. If I could pull it up here. Hold on.
Go on, watch it.
Okay, hold on. Stop. All right. Drop the cop. Dadgummit. All right, let me pull this up here so we could see. This is when he was in Miami. I guess fighting in Miami. Let's see. Thank you so much for putting that in, y'all. Lunch lady, hello, sister. We're looking at Patty the Baddy. All right. Can you see it? Can we all see it? ABKB. This is from TikTok, y'all. Y'all, it's a fair use disclaimer. Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, and scholarship. And JB is going to be leaving in a few minutes. She is going to Mayday Festival. All right, let's watch this. There's Patty the Baddy.
6-0 the octagon. He's won 8 in a row, and he believes that his skills, 1 through 10 with his fight IQ, are going to get a win over Michael Chandler and announce himself a lightweight contender.
But he's got fight IQ and he's got charisma.
Okay. Hold on. There's another one coming. I would rather a person that's going to make me laugh. I did everything they said I can't do. Sounds a lot like my son's favorite football player. What's his name? Mayfield. Mayfield, yeah. What the hell's his first name? Baker Mayfield.
If you weren't
Oh, here.
a fighter, what do you think you'd be?
I'd definitely be a diabetic.
If you weren't a fighter, what do you think you'd be?
I'd definitely be a diabetic.
Rate my Scouser impression. I'm a Scouser. We don't get knocked out.
One of the worst impressions I've ever seen.
Good luck on your fight, buddy. Rate my Scouser impression. I'm a Scouser. We don't get knocked out.
One of the worst impressions I've ever seen.
One of the worst impressions. I'm not good at the Scouser thing either. I'm just not. Lunch lady's very, very good with her English accent. I'm a little jealous, Max, to tell you the truth of that. Patty loves to eat. He gets all tubby in his off season. No, can barely hear you. What the heck are you doing?
Listen, open your ears back, right? Because these are Scousers. I know you can understand me, but you might not understand them. But you might understand me. So hang on a minute. So
you hang on a minute.
You watch this, Lee.
Okay.
Okay, watch this. My mic was right up in the air. Hold on, get ready to watch this.
I'm excited.
I'm excited.
I'm excited, Maggie.
Hang on. Ooh. Now listen very carefully. Here's the picture. His dog poos outside someone's door in the night time, right? So he's having a panic attack. So he rings the bell to tell them, okay? Here we go. So you hear her talking on the door, on the bell. Listen.
Hello?
Hello, look, my dog's just had like a sloppy shit outside. I was just wondering if you got some water. I don't want to leave it outside the front path. It is.
I'm 5 minutes away from home. Don't worry, I'll clean it.
Just, like, you sure? I feel terrible. You know what I mean?
No, it's all right.
It's just had a proper sloppy shit, and I can't even pick it up with a poo bag. Know what I mean?
Don't worry, I'll clean it when I get in.
Thank you very much once again. I'm sorry about that. I hate doing stuff like that. That's why I knocked on.
Go on, I'll see you later.
Ta-da.
Sloppy shit.
Did you understand that, Lee?
Yeah, his dog had a sloppy shit and can pick it up with the bag.
Did you hear it again? Hello? Did you sound like me?
There's nobody that sounds like you, Maggie. There's nobody.
That was the best answer to give me.
Oh my gosh. I can't wait to use that as sloppy shit.
Sloppy shit.
Hey, babe.
You'll have to say,
Hold on, let me
Beefcake,
see if Beefcake. Hold on.
Beefcake, Newt just has a sloppy shit outside the door.
I think he probably went to bed because he didn't answer me.
CJ Pratt
Damn,
says
I
I
can't
sound
wait to use
perfect.
that. Y'all,
Love you,
my
JB.
dogs had a sloppy shit outside. We can't use the bags to pick it up. You know what Americans would say? You better get the damn water hose and squirt it off then. Don't leave that in front of my house.
See,
That's
us
what I would
Scousers would say, we'd really say, and then think about it afterwards. Oh, don't worry about it, love, I'll do it.
And y'all
That's
all
what
call each other love. I love that.
love, yeah, love.
Hello,
And
love.
it
Hello,
all depends
love.
what mood you're in. Like if you see a girl, you go, are you chick? Are you chicken? Are you queen? You're all right, queen. Or, yeah, it all depends what mood you're in.
Oh.
See, AZ
Oh.
says, I actually first heard the Scouse accent from Sweet Maggie. Oh my God, AZ,
AZ?
you're cool.
AZ, did you just sub up to us
I
yesterday?
said
Why are you calling
AZ. I
Sweet?
said AZ.
Shut the hell up, Maggie. Nobody talking to you right now. AZ, you and I
Yes.
have to talk. Did you just sub up yesterday? And why are we already calling Maggie sweet? You know she could be a real honker. I'm just saying.
Well, listen, use Americans
I'm
are
the
saying
sweet
AZ.
one around here.
AZ isn't AZ, it's AZ.
AZ, I'm the sweet one around here.
Yes, you subbed up to me yesterday. Look, it subbed up to me yesterday.
She subbed up to according to Maggie. Fucking Maggie. Damn it. All right, guys, guess what I did? So I wrote stuff down yesterday about things that I had not heard before. And of course, you know, I went into big time. I mean, searched from one end of the internet to the other end of the internet, back up the internet and down the internet. For three things. Internet. Three things that I heard yesterday, and I was like, wait a sec, where the hell did you people get that from? Oh, shut up, Maggie. We don't have to put it up. Oh, you make me sick.
Oh my God, that's so funny. I can't believe there's no sound with that.
I know, I hate it. There's no sound with any of these. It pisses me off.
Oh.
All right. So always 100% wrong.
We're having a mad day today. All we've done is giggle.
I know. We're
Y'all
slap
silly.
happy.
We are silly.
Lunch lady said a first grader hollered bye chicken when I was leaving today. I said bye baby doll. Then I realized the petting zoo was there and the kid was actually talking to the chicken. We've been hanging out with this girl way too long. Way too long. Oh my goodness. You searched her? I'm done with AZ. I'm done with AZ, and I don't even know AZ yet.
Yes, she's got it. AZ. Yes. AZ.
Made up.
Why
Made
did
up
you
for you,
pick
Mags.
AZ? I made up for you.
Made up for you, Mags.
I want you to change your name to Patty the Baddy. Oh, I love Patty the Baddy. Change your name.
All right.
That's a
So I looked everywhere, and Jay Brett said if you're not going to be serious, I'm leaving.
It's good job you're leaving soon.
JB is rage quitting on us. Damn.
I'm leaving anyway, look.
So, anyways, JB said she couldn't find Ethan's mother's interview about the cremation.
And
Now,
I
I
looked
couldn't.
too.
Yeah,
I
I
couldn't
could
find
not
it.
remember where where he said that he had heard
gonna
that
look
from.
again.
I actually had heard an interview with the mom say that Ethan was brought back and buried. Now, I went looking, I searched, you guys, everywhere, and looking for that interview. There's so many out there, so much out there, and I couldn't find it. So then I started. Of course, I was reading everything that was popping up, and then it dawned on me, and it didn't dawn on me until I read something about it that yes, he still could have been brought back cremated and buried. You know what I mean? Just because his
Yeah.
mom said he was buried didn't mean
Yeah.
that
He hasn't been
he
cremated.
right. So I
Mhm.
couldn't find anything in the legal documents. I couldn't find anything anywhere. We know for a fact Xana was cremated. We know for a fact Kaylee and Maddie were cremated. There is nothing formally said that Ethan was either cremated or that he wasn't. There's nothing formally said that. The other thing is the second autopsy. I went looking for that. There is nothing out there about a second autopsy. If you guys remember when
Excuse me, Lee.
Go ahead.
It says here Ethan is the only one who's been buried. The others have all been cremated.
Right, but he could have been buried.
Yeah, but why would they say buried?
Why would they say
If
it like that? And that's why I thought that he wasn't cremated.
that's what I
But
mean. Well, that's
I'm
saying that
willing
there
to
he's
be
the only one who's been
yeah.
buried. The all others were all cremated.
Yeah. I mean I'm willing to be wrong about it, but I'm I guess I automatically assumed whenever they said that the three girls were cremated and Ethan was buried, that
Yeah.
just meant that they brought his body back. And they still could have. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? AZ says my grandparents were both cremated and buried together, so people definitely are cremated and buried sometimes, right? We did that
Yeah.
all winter, Wild Angel. Okay. Crazy Hillbilly, good to see you. Thank you for coming in.
I
So
crazy.
there's nowhere that says, I think where people got the whole thing of the second autopsy is
Mhm.
this. I couldn't find anywhere, not even where the parents has said that they did a second autopsy on their son. What is being said was when the coroner came out and did that interview, and they were asking her about the not the toxicology, forgive me, when they were asking her about the autopsies on the four victims, she said that she couldn't speak on Ethan's yet because all of his hadn't come back yet. That's the only thing that I could think of. And I saw in comments where people were saying, oh, so he was having a second autopsy. And I was like, but that's not what it says here. It just says that all of his things haven't come back yet.
Yeah.
So I haven't found anything out there that is factual, that there was a second autopsy done. And I've
Mhm.
never heard his parents talk about it. So I don't know. All right, JB, have a good time, honey. Have a
Bye,
good time.
JB. Be good. If
So
you
there
can't be
was
good, be
that.
careful.
Can't be good at it. Send us some video. We need content around here. So those are the two things that I couldn't find. And the third thing, I did not have time to do it, you guys, because like I said, I was in bed 10 o'clock last night. I didn't get great rest because my dogs kept barking at every little sound they heard. And I ended up getting back up at 4 this morning. But the one thing I wanted to check on was why everybody was talking about that somebody had reported or that they seen it in a document that Dylan had said that he was wearing a fireman like suit with some kind of vacuum on his back. I was like, what the fuck is happening here? because
Mm.
it doesn't say that at all. And I've been reading every freaking document I'm documented up to here. I'm over
Yeah.
documents. Of course I'm going to keep reading them, but
You're all documented out, girl.
I'm documented out. I hope nothing else drops for the next month. Because not only do I read the documents, if it's something I don't understand, like an abbreviation or a court word or something like that, I'm Googling it so I can understand what the hell I'm reading, So it's serious, like research, and I feel like I'm going to law school for free and I'll never be able to use it or make any money. Oh, God. You just realize how much of a real loser you are here. Real loser. Hi, Red Riding Hood. So listen, if somebody could point me in the direction, don't give me a content that a YouTuber is putting out or that you've seen on TikTok or that you've seen on Instagram. I don't want to see none of that. Please just give me some factual where I find the factual information, because that's what I really do care about. There was something else that I saw. What's really funny is, of course, when I'm looking through all this stuff and I'm trying to find these things, you see all kind of shit, like back from 2 years ago and 1 year ago, and all these theories and crazy shit. And then now, because of everything that's been dropped and opened up to us, where I'm just sitting back going, okay, now that you know that you're full of shit, have you gone ahead and told your subscribers that you're full of shit and you got that wrong?
I've heard some terrible
Probably
theories.
not.
Awful.
Yeah, it is terrible. It is terrible.
It really is.
Crazy Hillbilly, thank you for asking. She absorbed her puppies. And the reason why we know that she absorbed puppies is because her progesterone was a little bit still elevated. She still had some tissue left inside there, so that her body will finish absorbing. So listen, if I had to pick that she absorbed the whole litter or have 1 or 2 puppies inside her, I'm glad she absorbed the whole litter, because for bigger dogs, it's not good for them at all to try to give birth to 1 or 2 pups. A lot of them won't even go into heat. I mean, they won't go into labor. Sorry. They won't go into labor. They don't feel it. No.
Yeah.
And they're so high up usually. So they won't go into labor and you have to take them. And a lot of times those puppies are lost because you don't know that your dog's pregnant. They don't expand. They don't get bigger. And so then your female ends up getting an infection. You take them in and they do cesarean, and the puppies have already passed because she was pregnant for too long with them. So thank you for asking about her. We'll try again in the fall and see what comes up there. Anyways, if anybody has anything on those 3 things that I mentioned, if I've missed it in a document and you know where it is, please let me know. Please let me know, because I don't want to put out misinformation. There's gonna be times I do. And if and when I do, I will let you guys know I was wrong about this. I was wrong. So what you got, Max?
And I'll put the picture up saying that she's wrong. So go through me, love. Just
We won't let me forget.
And I'll throw the picture up. So if anyone can prove her wrong, just go through me. Just say, Maggie, she's wrong, and I'll get on it. And I'll go right to the picture and put it on the screen. No problem at all.
Yeah. Listen, I'm wrong a lot. I am wrong a lot.
Do you know, at least she admits it. Because
I do admit it. I do. I try to be right. I do. I try to be right, but it just doesn't always work out for me.
Doesn't happen.
Doesn't work out that well. No.
Listen, I'm very much the same. I get everything wrong these days.
Can I tell your story, Maggie, since nobody in chat is really talking about?
I'd love one. Go on.
No, I said your story.
Oh, which one?
about your lips.
Oh, fucking told everyone I've had my teeth done. Now you're telling them, go on, Lee.
Well, I got you.
Go
You have
on,
a great
on.
life.
Go,
I'm
go
the one
on,
over here
Lee.
that lives a
Go
freaking
on,
boring
Lee.
life.
Go on, go
living
on.
through you. All right, so y'all, Maggie was going to get some big ass lips today. She sent me a picture of herself with her lips with all this white junk all over them, and it was numbing cream. And the lady was supposed to come to her house and give her some big old lips. And that lady was so rude, y'all. She wasn't even keeping in contact with Mags. Poor Mag's tongue and lips were numb. Obviously, her tongue is not that numb. She's still fucking talking, but she was numb. She was telling me, Leanie, my tongue is numb too. And I wanted to say, well, thank God, but I didn't because it was fucking funny. Y'all, she numbed up her lips and her tongue for nothing. That lady didn't show up to her house.
Lift me lips.
And she still ain't got no lips. It's a very
And
sad
she never turned
situation.
up, guys. She says, hi, lovely. This is what she says, right?
Hi, lovely.
Hi, lovely. I've cut myself a bit short. I'm going away in the morning on holiday. And I've took too many on and I'm running an hour late. Is there any chance I can do it after my holidays? I went, yeah, just book me in. Fuming.
Maggie's so sweet because she's like, yeah, love, just book me
I
in.
just said,
and
yeah,
then she
okay.
gets on the phone with me and she's like, Lainey, I'm fucking fuming. She can suck my dick. I was like,
I was there crying.
that.
I was there crying. I'm trying to cry. So I'm sitting here with two rich tea biscuit lips, right? They're as flat as a fluke.
Flat as a fluke. I don't know what a fluke is.
A fish. A fish.
Why don't you just say fish instead of fluke?
Well, if I say it flat as a fish, people are going to go, what's she on about as flat as a fish? Because not every fish is flat.
But some are. We don't even understand what the fluke is.
Oh, well, I'm going to show you what a fluke is
I'm
now.
so excited.
Hang on.
AZ says, I think the firefighter thing was mentioned in one of her interviews, but nothing about a vacuum on his back. I mean, I could go back and re-look at them. I've read, oh my God, between me and Maggie, as many of, and I know we have read every interview, the 4, she gave 4 that we know of, read all 4 interviews and over and over again. Did she say fluke or fluke?
Fluke.
You didn't say fluke. You don't even say, you say
fluke. Oh, fluke off. Hang on.
You fluke off.
You fluke off.
And a fluke is not flat. I feel
I'm
like
looking at a fluke now.
I
and
feel
it
like
is
I'm
flat.
spitting all over myself.
Hold on.
Everybody together say this. Fluke.
Fluke.
You have to
like
kind of
chicken.
Chicken.
Fluke.
Chicken.
If it's got a CK in it, it's okay.
The fucking chicken.
Fluke. The fucking chicken. Fluke. She got me swearing. Terrible this. You ready now?
I'm ready.
Can you see that?
Oh, it is a real fish.
Yeah, it's as flat as
That's not a leech. That's not a leech. Lunchy says fluke is like leech leanie. I never even seen one of those fish before.
Well, there you go. It's as flat as a fluke.
It's that time of year, summer fluke, all around New York and New Jersey.
New Jersey. Yeah.
The hell, I've never even heard of it.
Well, there you go.
Wow.
So
Okay, I stand corrected again.
Yeah,
again.
Stand corrected again, Leanie, again.
So, all right. So Maggie's
staying on that exact spot.
So Maggie is sitting over there, you guys, with lips as flat as a fluke.
Not a lip to me name. They look like. Do you know what a rich tea biscuit's like?
No.
Oh my God, hold on.
You
Carry
old
on
done.
talking, and I'll
Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. We're bastards and we're gits. We're wankers and we're shits. But sometimes there is just one word that absolutely fits. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. A fact that any Catholic won't deny. I once shagged my girlfriend's sister. My gran's dead. I've never missed her. Ooh, what a cunt. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes.
Seriously, Steve, fuck off.
Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. See the beggar passing by, make a kitty cry. You're in your father's will, when's he gonna fucking die? Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. Don't say you're not, you cunt, because that's a lie.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt.
Get rid of the cunt, says Dad. Cunt.
give me rich tea biscuits. Look at them. I mean, out 10 of them biscuits.
What did you call them?
Rich tea biscuits.
Maggie.
They're what you
Maggie.
dunk in your tea. You'd
Oh
have a
my-
cup of tea and a biscuit. You know, like
Mag-
you think we all sit having high tea.
Yes, I do. Well, you should, but you don't. Maggie, those things that do they come in a biscuit tin that you pull off the paper and they go pop?
You pull off the paper and you go pop.
Okay, how do you open those cookies?
Well, you've just seen them on the picture of them. They're in a packet, and you just open the packet and get some out. Or some people have a biscuit tin and just put them all in the biscuit tin.
A fluke is a flounder. Thank you.
All right then. My lips are as flat as a flounder. Oh, where's Scuba Steve? What's wrong with you, Scuba? Go on, tell me what I've done. I want to know.
I want to know.
Do you think you come in here to have a go with me? Because I'm in the mood. I'll have a go with you.
Oh, Scoop. Don't get her started because she's already in a mood, okay?
No, I
The
won't. I'll be good. Go
scousing
on,
mood.
Scuba. What's your problem?
What's your problem,
know.
Scuba? What's your problem? Do you have a problem? Is there a problem? My mama used to say,
Oh, there's
don't start no
He said
shit.
something to me last time, so.
Oh, he did say something to you last time that neither
I
one of
don't
us
know what he
understood.
said. But I
Oh,
didn't
damn.
understand what he meant. So I could be wrong. Oh, you're only messing. Oh, okay, Scuba, because last time you said something and I was like, me? What did I say? And you pulled a face as if to go, like that. So I thought you were naughty with me. But if you're all right, Scuba, then do you know what? I'll put a message up there saying, Maggie's wrong. Okay? I apologise, Scuba, for accusing you of having a problem with me. I'm really sorry.
Nobody has a problem with you, Maggie. Oh, he was. Oh, why is everybody on love bombing Maggie today?
You were hitting on me last time. Oh my God! Well, I don't know someone hitting on me if you paid me. I can't even remember what you said, but I thought. Oh, I don't know. I'm not even going to say what I thought.
Okay, so first,
loving it.
AZ is in love with you because you're Scouser. Now, Scuba Steve is hitting
Scouser.
on you.
Oh, I'm a legend.
You are a legend. Nobody's ever mad at you. Ever. You do no wrong.
Yeah, but we all know, don't we, Lee? That you're wrong.
See, everybody loves a little Maggie, only for that reason, right there. She's a hot biscuit. And there's more where that came from. Scuba
Oh
Steve.
my
You want to
God.
hit on her again today? I can show you all kinds of
She's
stuff.
got me like a hooch.
She's a hooch. She's my
I'm a
favorite hooch ever. My hooch.
A hooch.
Anywho,
So dear, can I just tell?
yes,
Right.
dear,
So
tell me.
yesterday I was listening. Don't ask me where. I really don't know. But it was somebody else's YouTube, and okay, so I heard this was what was someone said. Their theory was that they were all downstairs eating in the kitchen, and then they surmised that some of them took them upstairs. Well, it must have been all of them, mustn't it? They took her upstairs, and then they said that Ethan Chapman was taken out first because he's the man,
Mm,
and they had to get rid of him first. But it wasn't, was it? It was
no.
Maddie.
I believe. Now, we don't have, there's nothing in the documents.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that's come from you. I thought it was said that it was Maddie. I thought I did somewhere it was Maddie.
So Steve Gonsalves said that when he was asked about Kaylee and Maddie, she specifically asked him, so Maddie died first, and he said yes. So we know that between the two, Maddie died first. I have always said Maddie died first because if the perpetrator came there just to kill, this is why the whole Sigma Chi thing never made sense to me. This is why the whole whatever fight Ethan got into or Xana got into never made sense to me. If the targets were Ethan and Xana, we all know he came through the sliding glass door. He was already on their floor.
Mm-hmm.
Then he had no reason at all to go upstairs to kill the other two.
Yeah.
So I believe he went upstairs first.
Yeah, I do.
Kaylee woke up. There was that huge fight. And I think that either Ethan or Xana saw him, like was coming out of the kitchen into the kitchen or whatever, and he had no choice. They were collateral damage. Hello, Rapper. Good to see you. And I freed you, Rapper. I freed you. Scuba Steve said, I said, oh no, when Leanie gasped and said Maggie. So I was piling it on. That was it. She is very hot. Maggie is so hot. She is hot.
But Leanie, look at my reply. I'm getting American. Read it.
Oh, shut the hell up.
Shut the hell up. Look. My bad. I made up. I got it. I got to say it to someone. My bad. But does it sound the same when a Scouser says it? My bad.
Do you guys say that over there? My bad.
No, we say, oh, sorry, I'm terrible.
Oh, there was something else I was going to ask you, Maggie.
What?
So you know how you say squiddle? Squiddle?
Yeah.
That's a squirrel. I was watching something, because I watch a lot of British TV, and there was something else that was on, and I forget what it was now, but you guys say another word weird for an animal, and I forget what it is.
Oh,
it's a weird word. Is it how do you say gorilla?
Gorilla.
No, it's not that.
Giraffe.
Say giraffe again.
Giraffe.
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 Oh my God, you guys are so fucked up.
Squirrel. You say squirrel. Like you're not even saying. It sounds to me you're going squirrel.
We are squirrel.
Squirrel. Say it again.
Squirrel.
I can't hear the L. Like when you said baby chow, I think you say baby chow. I can't hear baby chow. I was thinking, why does she call?
Oh, Scuba Steve, that is very, very nice of you. Thank you for
He
that.
loves us both, Leanie.
I appreciate that. I appreciate
She
being
thought
loved.
that you wrote that. She thought you wrote that. me bads. Oh, can't get over it.
Maybe that's why Scuba Steve said he loves me too, because he's kind of forced to now that he thinks I'm the one that wrote
he
I
loves
love
you
you.
as well, Lee. Oh, who
You might
couldn't?
not tell Maggie. Go ahead, pet my ego a little bit, Maggie. I'm feeling a little
Who
feeling a
could
little
love
bit
you, Lee?
low.
Who couldn't,
Feeling,
Lee? Who
feeling a
couldn't
little bit low.
absolutely love you, Lee? I mean,
Well,
just, oh my God. I
we
mean,
could break up.
Gail, you are hot. Now, this is what she's doing now, Steve.
Steve, that's what I'm doing. Right there, Steve. That's more exactly like what I'm doing.
Not impressed, look.
No, I watch, even when Maggie isn't here, I have love for you too, Lenny.
See?
Steve, bring it in. Let's have a group hug, us three. Maggie,
I thought you were going to say
Steve,
something else then.
and me. Oh,
Group hug.
group hug with Scuba Steve.
Oh,
Who knew? I mean, seriously. Steve, that don't even look not a damn thing like me, baby. My right boob is bigger than that whole body that she just put up. Not gonna lie to you, Steve. You know we're over here just
He
catfishing.
loves it. He loves you for who you are. For our catfish pictures.
Our catfish pictures.
Steve,
At least
we
we're
should.
honest about. Listen, we're the only women on YouTube that are honest about catfishing pictures. It worked. Did it not work? We got to our 1,000 subs. It worked completely.
All the mods were in bikinis, remember that?
Yeah, and people were calling us names and shit like that over it. Nobody cared. We got to our 1,000.
He's perfect.
We are the champions, my friend.
Boobs. I love them all.
Oh,
Good for
Steve,
you,
you
Steve.
won't love Steve. I have to roll mine up one by one to stick them in a bra. It's terrible.
And you know, when I get the tea, coffee, and sugar jars off the top, Steve, I've got to lift one up and throw it on the counter because otherwise I won't reach.
Right. And you know what? Let me tell you this, Steve. If I am sitting here eating with just like a V-neck on or you know, something like that, you could guarantee there's always crumbs in my cleavage that you can't find. Steve?
She's saving them for Lisa.
Steve, did you know? Let me give you something else. You're a water guy, all right? So a couple years ago, I went whitewater rafting. Wasn't thrilled about it, but I did it. And of course, who is the one person that falls out of the raft? Oh, that would be me. And where would I fall out of the raft? Oh, that would be at the very next biggest whitewater rapid we were going over, right? Okay. Well, before that, Steve, before that happened, when we were on the bus, like going up the mountain so that we could start, you know, they're giving us all these safety precautions, what we're supposed to do when this happens, that happens, blah, blah, which none of it works. Don't believe it. You guys, they are not throwing you a Bowie. Just letting you know that. You better face backwards. Go feet first and pray. A lot of praying. Anyways, Steve, I fell out the boat, right? And to let you know, I beforehand, they were asking us, do any of you have any medication that we'll go ahead and put in this boat? And if you need it, then your captain can blow the whistle. We can bring you your medication.
Where was this?
This was in Tennessee. And I said,
on a cruise?
No, it was whitewater rafting down one of the mountains. God, I'll never do it again, Maggie. But anyways, it's terrible. So Steve, I had my asthma inhaler, right? And I was like, should I give it to, you know, the medical raft that's out here? And I was like, nah, it'll be fine. I stuck it down my cleavage, Steve, right? So I fall out of the freaking raft, Steve. All right. Made sure that my feet were, you know, going downstream first. That way, if I hit a rock, my feet were going to hit it first and not my head, right? I must have only been in those rapids about a minute and a half. I promise you, it felt like 4 hours. All right. I got to the bottom where and I'm hearing all these whistles blowing, mean fat girl overboard. Okay. Nobody got to me. I'm in the part now where it's all calm. People are jumping out. Finally got me into this raft. I cannot freaking breathe, right? Because I'm an asthmatic. Can't freaking breathe. Do you know that rapid? My inhaler was still in my cleavage the whole time. It survived the biggest rapids on that fucking mountain too. I'm telling you what, I just pulled it out. I like parted like the Red Sea of my boobs. Right? That's what it's like. That's what it's like. You have to grab one boob with one hand, grab the other boob with the other hand, and pull it apart like the Red Sea. Okay? And you pray that whatever you put down in there isn't lost under a boob
Could easy
somewhere.
shoplift in them, couldn't you, Lee? In mine and yours.
Oh my God. I could put a microwave in there, Maggie. And no one would know it.
I can get a king size bed.
Anyways, I got a t-shirt. I got a free what do you call it? Captains, because they call those people who, you've always got the person on the back of the boat that tells you when to row left, row right, row faster, row slower, chill out. I got a free one of those because once I got my breath and I was breathing okay and got back into my regular raft, she was like, I'm so sorry, because it really was her fault. But I won't say, I'm taking the blame. I went down. She was like, are you okay? And I was like, yeah, that was rough. And she said, I hate to tell you this, but that's the rapid in order for us to become captains that we have to body surf. And you just did it without any training. And she was like, I think we got to give you a t-shirt. And they did. And then it was worth it because I was official.
Oh, Leanie.
Yes.
If you can't, I thought you pulled the wire out then. Rapper's asking, is the death penalty still on the table or not?
Yes, and it's going to stay on the table. AZ says firefighter mentioned in 2024-2000 filing motion in Lamine number 7. Witness identification by bushy eyebrows. Let me look it. Hold on. I'll get it.
Ooh, come on.
And then we're going to have Maggie read it because, as you guys can tell, I am losing my voice.
You're talking like
talking like that. Judicial. Okay. All right, let's see. Poop. We'll go here. And then we'll pull up here. And then here. All right. Maggie, can you read that to me again, just what it says? Lamine number 7.
I can't see it.
No, what did
yeah, okay. This bit, yeah. Firefighter mention is on 02/24/25 filing. Motion is Lemon number 7.
Lamine
Witness
number
identification by bushy eyebrows, page 7, paragraph
right.
heading
On the 24th?
24th, 2nd, 24th. Yeah.
All right, hold on. There's a couple of your. Let's see. It says order to seal. These are all order to seals. Maybe this is it. And he said page 7.
Yeah. Heading 4.
Bushy eyebrows is what we're talking about, right? Okay.
Oh my God, you fell out in a water infested with the geysers. Oh my God.
Oh my God, kill me now.
What am I
All right.
guessing? What am I
This one.
guessing, Rapper? What's happened? Hello, Frank. For the record, to me, there is nothing at all suspicious about DM or BF's behaviour. I totally agree. Totally agree. I mean, at the beginning, everyone was speculating. We all did it. But it's as the pieces of the puzzle are coming together. There's no way you could say that, is there? Eh? Do you know what? I'm being totally honest with you now, and this is the God's honest truth, right? I live on my nerves. I'm scared of everything. So if that had been this, if I'd have been in that house, right, and I'd have survived with them girls, do you know what? I couldn't even begin to tell you. I'm locking that door, and I'd be terrified to open it. Terrified. I just wouldn't know what to do. I really wouldn't. I would have acted the same. So I do feel for them because I mean, and they're only young kids. I'm a grown woman, and I'd have been absolutely petrified. So I just feel sorry for them the way people are saying that it's them. Do you know what I mean? They've got something to do with it. DM arranged it, and no, there's no chance. But did I see something today about the motive? What they think the motive is? It was something that was in one of the files that's being released. Lainey, if you can hear me, did you hear that about one of the files that's the latest files that's being released? Something about the motive. The clearer unknown what the motive was.
Are you talking about Drunk Turkey put it out?
Yes.
Yeah, it
I
wasn't.
only heard a bit. I didn't hear it all, so I don't know.
No, there hasn't been anything put out on it. That's
right. Okay.
You have to listen to it. It's like a 15-minute thing. I've got this. This is the order on state's motion in Lemony. I'm sorry. Text messages and 911 call PDF, and I'm on page 7. And this one is about the text messages. Verbal conversations between DM and BF are likely admissible. Is that what you're talking about?
Crazy Hillbilly said, "How can I ask you a question?"
Type it.
Maybe he means in private. I don't know, because wouldn't he have just done that?
I'm not in chat right now. Ask him. Crazy Hillbilly, I'm not in chat right now. Do you mean, how can you ask me a question in private or
in general? I mean, you'd type it here, wouldn't you? Or do you mean to ask a question in private? AZ says defense filing motion in what's that word? Limline number 7.
I don't see the number 7. This is it page 7? Oh wait, I see the numbers that he's talking about now. Okay, or she. Sorry, I don't know.
She's
all right,
on
so
it.
that's 2, 3. Hold on, let me find it. I didn't. Number 7. 3.
Oh my God. That's so not true at all.
What?
Do you read that, Lainey? He was told we didn't, or you guys didn't like me over here and stay off this channel.
Who told you that?
Oh, I swear down on my life on a plane. No, never have we ever said we didn't like you. We absolutely love you. You come here and gab to us all the time. Why would we even
And
say that?
Maggie
And
even
you
made
too.
your happy birthday picture.
Yeah.
Don't listen. You know what? And you did the right thing by coming
glad,
here and just asking us. I appreciate that so much.
Aw.
Because absolutely not. If you've done something and we didn't, first of all, we don't just start out not liking anybody. You have to do something in, against chat or whatever, and then they just block you. If you're not blocked, everybody's welcome. And the only way you get blocked is just by being rude. You're one of the sweetest guys we know. I mean, don't listen to people, but I'm so glad you asked us. Absolutely not. We love you and we want you to be here with us. All right.
Yeah.
All I'm seeing.
I think she'd had drugs or something and she was scared, Wild Angel. I think that's the only reason she must have put it off calling. Maybe she was just terrified because, she could lose a lot. I mean, I would have probably rang the police myself after a while. Could have been a while because I'd have been terrified to breathe in case he was there and could hear me. I don't know what I think, but I think these are just kids and they're thinking, is it real? Is it not real? And is it just me? Imagining, and they could think that they're playing pranks on them and stuff like that. I don't know. I mean, you're going to read it all, aren't we, in the trial of
Okay,
why?
there's a couple of number 7s I'm seeing in here. So what exactly am I looking for? Because the only Lemine or Lemony, sorry, that I see that we can open from the 24th of this month is the one that I'm on. Everything else is an order order sealing, order of see, here's another one. I think that's the one I was just in. Can you go back to it? Are you on the Idaho Judicial Branch page that's giving me this information? And because it doesn't say the bushy eyebrows on the outside of it. So
Witness identification by bushy eyebrows.
but I'm wondering if are we both looking at all right, hold on.
Hi, Rosie.
Hi, Ozzy.
Good to see you, love.
All right, hold on. Agent Bell omitted.
Oh, I hope you stay, you crazy hillbilly.
Yeah,
That's
Crazy
terrible, that.
Hillbilly, do not leave. Do not leave, honey. We love you. We love your wife. We love your story.
Yeah.
You're one of us as far as we're concerned here. Don't listen
Where'd
to
that
the
come from?
haters.
I just don't
Everybody's
know.
welcome here. Everybody likes to talk crap. That's just the way it goes. But absolutely, we love you. We love your wife here. I'm
That was a
still
shock.
looking. I'm sorry.
Shock reading that. I couldn't believe that.
Yeah,
Witness
people are just mean.
identification by bushy eyebrows. That's what he said.
Witness identification. But see, that's
Right.
not what it's listed as in the thing. It's either, so on the 24th, there's an order on defendant's motion in limine, re vague and undisclosed expert testimony, or there's order on defendant's motion to strike the death penalty, re autism spectrum disorder, or there is an order states a motion in limine, re text messages and 911 call. And then the rest for the 24th would be sealing of the documents. So I'm thinking it's probably in the text and 911 call. All right, let's go down to 7 here. There's facts.
Okay, Lunchy. See you in a minute, love.
Love you, Lunchy.
So I've got your song in my mind. I love it. Feels a funny night to me tonight. Ever get that?
No.
No. Get it and you think it's strange. Sometimes and you look outside and I don't know. Maybe it's me.
Maybe it's you. All right. Hold on. I see number 7 here, crying, heavy breathing. No, that's from the call. That's the call. That's the call. Okay, that's about the call. Court agrees. Call. Call. Verbal communication. No. I think we're looking for not the text as much as we're looking for DM giving interviews to the police, right? She gave 4. That's text messages. All right. It's not that one. 4524. So it's got to be this one. All right. Sorry, guys.
Okay, Lee. Right, it's AZ says scroll 3/4 the way down the Idaho page. Heading is defense in motion in limb line. Number 7, re-witness.
Okay, what date? It should have the dates on the side in black, and then all of the motions are in blue. And what does it say? Defendant's motion what?
It says defense in motion in line.
And what date?
There's no date there, yes. He hasn't put it yet. He must be checking. Little Fish said, believe half of what you see and nothing what you hear. Nothing that you hear. Yep. Are you still here, crazy hillbilly? No date, quite far down.
Well, I'm on the judicial page under Brian's. So what?
He said he's on a mobile. There are no dates, but filed 2nd, 24, 25. And it's 11 pages long.
2/24/25. Okay.
And 11 pages long.
2. Yeah, I remember telling you guys it was real long. 2/24/25. Motion exceed. All right, granting leave. Hearing. Motion in line, assuming to straight. Nope. Motion in line. Alibi. Nope. Alternative. Nope. Hmm.
What time is it for you, Ozzy? I thought they'd be all in bed now.
So is it 2021? Is it 2/21/25?
2/24, 2025. He said several weeks after the murders, DM thought that the person she saw was a fireman. Defence's words quoted.
Hold on. Okay, because 22425 is order granting leave of exceeded page. Let me see. That's just one. So that's not it. That's just them granting an order. Motion sealing the party stipulated. That's just the judge signing off on that. Stipulated motion, file defendant's exhibits. Let's see what that is.
6:45 Oz. Wow. You're another
Nope.
early riser.
Nope, not it either. Nope.
Strong coffee time, I'm telling you, Gail. As soon as my eyes open, I'm on the coffee. Soon as, but you know what? I used to drink 9 cups of full, like fledged coffee every single day, 8 to 9 cups. And in the end, I thought, no. So what I have now, I have 2 of the morning, and then I'm on decaf all day. Didn't bother me, you know. I didn't find any difference. I think I got tired one day. But sometimes I go like that. I get like just feel wiped out. So yeah, it was good. Lizzo's got it here. Can you see the screen?
Did you find that on the state of Idaho?
That's the link to the document, she said. And A to Z said, Idaho cases of interest, BK 2025, and it's 3/4 down the page of listings.
Hold on, I'm going through it.
And Lizzo says she does say she thought she saw a fireman. Oh, he's having a sleep in. Good for him. The link will take you to it.
Yeah, but we can't push on that link.
Yeah, we can't click on the link, Liz, can we? Nothing happens. Let's see if I can copy the link. Hang on. Are we all search with Google Lens? Let's see if I can do that. I'm trying, so let's see what happens. Oh God, don't know what I'm doing. Something's happening. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh no, don't know what all that is. Now to get off it.
So, let me just explain this to him. So, when you go to the state of Idaho judicial branch, and then it takes you to the current cases, and then it'll say Idaho Supreme Court cases, and it shows 2 there, Lori Vallow being one of them. And then under that, it'll say trial court cases, County Ada, and then it says State of Idaho versus Brian C. Koberger. So then you click on that one, takes you to another page, and it gives you the timeline
I think I've got it.
Of everything.
I'm gonna have to.
And then it should be in blue. There should be in black. It should have the dates that it was posted, and then in the blue, what does it say in the blue as the title? That's all I need to know.
Gail, listen, now that link. Oh my God, you can do it. And then you just copy and paste it. Tell me if this is it now, because I've got no clue about stuff like this. So let me try and present this, and you tell me. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. You got it.
So it's so easy to do, Lee. If you go to Lizzo's message on the screen in the chat,
Mm-hmm.
right click on it, scroll down and click on something reads, put it on reading or something like that. Do that one. And then copy and paste the link that it comes up with and put it in your, as you usually do, to look for something.
Well, can you read it from there?
Yeah, where am I reading? I've got no clue here.
See, this looks way different than what I'm working on.
Yeah.
I don't think we're looking at the same places.
All I can see is like trial November 17, 2016. That says. See if I scroll down. Number 7, he said. Let's see if that makes any difference. No, 2009. Florida versus Georgia. Let me see if we can get it up to date. Oh my God, there's millions.
Okay, can I ask you guys a question? Where are you guys getting this one right here that Maggie's showing on here? Where are you getting it from? You're saying that Idaho case of interest BK. I don't. Let me just type in Idaho case because I've got state of Idaho. I've got the jurisdiction, judicial page up.
Everything I'm looking at is 2016. But let's have a look. Goes right down. They were the earlier ones. Yeah, 2016. (2007). So that's where that link that you sent me has brought me. Let's see if there's any messages on this chat. Oh God, where's it gone? There is no date. It was way before January. Defense in motion.
Oh, it was before January. Was it okay?
That's what
Was it
Lizzo's saying. There's no date. It was way before.
So was it in Latah County or was it in Ada County? Latah County is Moscow.
Idaho cases of interest. BK current case summary 2025.
Case summary 2025. But this one only goes through goes to January. So we need to look at it. I need to look at if it was in Latah County.
The most recent county.
The most recent county is Ada. Let me just put in what they've got. Idaho.
What's the question? Digital maniacs asking.
In Idaho.
Just trying to get the documents up about where he was described as a fireman. Later County. Am I saying that right?
Latah?
Latah County, yeah.
It's in Latah County?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's why I couldn't find it, because I was in Ada. All right, let's see. Let's go to
Latah.
AH, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. That's why I couldn't find it on here. Hold on, guys.
Don't know what I've got then. Oh my God, I'm just messing around and finding all kinds here. Just shows you. This is so big I could read this. I wish it was on here. I don't even know where to look.
Does anybody know if it was before the change of venue?
No, it's 2025 under the Ado tab.
Ada, so
Lizzo's
it's in
saying.
so it's in Ada County. Okay.
And AZ say, no, I'm wrong. It's Ado County. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. It's in Ada County under 2025. All right.
Yep.
And it doesn't have a date on it.
No.
Here, I found it. All right, finally.
You got it.
Yep.
Yay.
All right. Let's see. All right, Maggie, do you feel like reading for a little bit? Let me
Yeah,
get some
go on, love.
drink. You want to get a swig before you start
Go on,
drinking?
I'll have a swig now. I've got it beside me.
You want to get a swig before you start drinking?
Hold on. Go on, send
All
it
right.
over.
All right, we're going to go ahead and put it up. We're going to read through this. Y'all, thank you for sticking with us. There's, like I said, if you're looking at documents, there's a shit ton. And I do mean shit ton. And you're dealing with 2 different counties. So if you don't know the date, good luck. Good luck. All right, let me pull this up. Maggie and I will get through this. We're going to read. Where did I see it? Nope. Yep. Nope. Yep. Okay. We'll get through all. This is talking about.
AZ says, I think we all need a swig after that say.
We do need a swig. I know.
Everyone have a swig.
You know, I know that he said that, I don't know what page he said, maybe page 7.
7, wasn't it?
But why don't, it's not a whole lot to me, a lot of reading. Mags, you can do half, I'll do half, because I think this probably gives all 4 times that she, all 4 times she gave her,
whatever, Lee. I'm prepared to read it so you can listen. But if you want to read, so be it. We'll do it together.
All right. Well, just tell me when you're tired. The only bad thing is I'll have to keep moving it for you.
Start coughing. Oh yeah, go on.
Do you need that bigger, babe? No, it's easy.
See it. Not on the screen.
Oh, I can't make it bigger. Fuck me.
Go on, just read it, Lee.
Okay. Let me take a swig. Hi, all see true crime.
Just so you know. Just so you know.
It's not on the screen.
No.
Full screen layout.
Nope. I can see it down there on the other leanie.
Let's try it again then.
Now it's gone off.
Can you see it now?
Nope.
It's not on your guys' front screen at all?
Nope. Right. Let me click. It says, I can click on where it says leanie, the other one. And it's got like a screen. And if I click by it, it says full screen layout. So let me see what happens if I click that. Nothing. Nothing at all.
Maggie, I think you need to reset, honey. Because I see it clearly on mine, and every time you full screen it, I see it moving.
Oh, so is anyone else seeing it? Is it just
Can
me?
you guys see it on the
Maybe I
screen?
pressed something wrong. All I can see
No.
is mine in your picture. Can anyone see the documents up on the screen?
Okay,
Liz,
they
you can
can
see
see
it,
it.
okay, with me.
Yeah.
So I'll go out and come back in.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. Whew. Hi, Digital Maniac. How are you? We've been everywhere on the web today, y'all. Don't say we don't do our research. We've got four different minds going on in 4 different places of this earth trying to get to one damn page. Fucking Brian Koberger messing us all up. It's good to see you too. I hope you're well. I hope you're well. Okay, I'm going to start reading it. You've just been working a lot. Oh, bless you. Well, I hope you take some time off soon, because that sucks. After all that, it's only one sentence. Well, I'm going to go ahead and just read up to that point, AZ. Just so we can get the bearings of what we're doing here, if you don't mind hanging on it. We'll just read for a little while, and I'll go ahead and start. Lizzo, I can't see chat. Ozzy, I cannot see chat. So, oh, there's Max. Okay, maybe she'll be able to see it now. So if y'all could take care of chat. Can you see it now, Max? Yo, Maggie. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You beautiful mad mods. Maggie, your sound is off, love bug. I mean, you're playing my games now.
Can you hear me now, Lee?
Can hear you now. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. This
All
looks
right.
very familiar.
Yes, we've read this before, but I thought we've read it before, and I still have no memory
We read this yesterday.
of a fire
This
hose.
is what I read out. Not yesterday. Must have been last week. Yeah. So
All right, let's
DM,
start again.
TM, a roommate of the victims in this case, was the sole eyewitness to the intruder believed to have carried out the homicides at 1122 King Road. During her interviews with law enforcement and at the preliminary hearing in the matter, DM described the intruder as having bushy eyebrows. Defendant moves in limelight to exclude any evidence at trial referencing bushy eyebrows, arguing DM's description is unreliable and therefore irrelevant and/or barred by A403. The state responds that DM's description is based on her personal knowledge, is relevant, and there is no basis for exclusion. Oral arguments on the motion was held on the 9th of April, after which the court took the matter under advisement. The court concludes that DM's description of the suspect's eyebrows is admissible. The question of whether evidence is relevant of one law, while the decision to admit relevant evidence is discretionary. On discretionary matters, the trial court must 1. Correctly perceive the issue as one of discretion. 2. Act within the outer boundaries of this discretion. 3. Act consistently with the legal standards applicable to the specific choices available to it. And 4. Reach its decision by the exercise of reason. Scrolly.
I'm trying, but I gotta get it back to. I don't know if that changes it on there. All right, let me see. Where am I at? Not there. Facts.
That's it.
Okay.
On November 13, 2022, sometime before 4:19 a.m., DM observed a person inside her residence, which she shared with her 4 roommates at 1122 King Road. DM placed several phone calls and sent several text messages to her roommates. The only roommate who responded was BF, who resides in a downstairs bedroom. They had two short phone conversations and exchanged text. Within those phone calls and text messages, DM relayed to BF she saw a person in the residence wearing black, and he had a ski mask that covered his forehead and mouth. That same day at approximately 11:56 a.m., a 911 call was placed from 1122 King Road for a reported unresponsive female. Moscow Police Department responded to the scene, and Officer Mitch Nunes took a statement from DM. She told Officer Nunes she saw a male, not insanely tall, wearing all black and a mask that was covering his forehead and mouth. Later, DM repeated the description. He was a little bit taller than me. I couldn't really see much of him, and I'm almost positive he was wearing a full black outfit, and he had this mask that was just over his forehead and his mouth. DM gave the description a third time, repeating he had a mask. He was an inch or two taller than her. He was basketball player kind of skinny, and a voice she did not recognize. DM also told Detective Nunes he was kind of in and out of it because I was so scared, and I was really tired. She did not mention anything during that interview about the intruder's eyebrows. At approximately 1:47 p.m. that same day, DM was interviewed at the Moscow Police Department by Detective Lawrence Mowry. During this interview, DM reported she saw a white male she did not know. Maybe my height a few inches taller, skinny, athletic build, wearing all black, wearing the mask that covers just his forehead and hair. Regarding his height, she reported, I'm 5'10", so he's probably around 6 foot. She responded, no, when asked if she saw what colour his eyebrows were, and added, I don't remember what his eyes looked like either, but she saw his eyes, and he was definitely a white guy. She again mentioned she was in and out of. Are you there, Lee? Oh, Lee's got to scroll up and
No,
down.
I'm here. I just have to go back to this other page. Sorry to figure out.
Okay.
Sure.
Hang on, where am I? She mentioned again she was in and out of it.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Down a bit, love. Or up a bit,
Yeah.
whatever it is for you, I don't know. Because she was tired and explains everything was kind of blurry. I don't fully remember it. I would say 4 days later, DM was interviewed by Idaho Police Detective Victoria Gooch and MPD Captain Dustin Blaker. DM gave a detailed recounting of what she did on Saturday, November 12th, until she went to bed at approximately 3:20 a.m. on Sunday, November 13th. She stated that sometime between 4 and 4:20 a.m., she woke up and heard a male's voice that she did not recognize say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." She said at the time she was out of it and I'm probably hang on, woke up, I'm going to help you. She said at the time she was out of it and probably still tipsy, and I believe I was also very drunk. And I don't know how I knew it was someone because from my mind, it's like I was almost wearing these like blurry glasses, like it's fuzzy and cloudy, but it's like a figure of someone wearing all black. And it was like they had a ski mask that was covering their foreheads and their chin and mouth. But I could see the all I remember, I'm reading this, guys, as she's saying it. See, all I remember was seeing their eyebrows, and I don't remember what their eyes look like, but I remember their eyebrows. I don't remember the color of the eyebrows were. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's all I can think about. DM described the male as skinny, tone, that basketball kind of type. DM stated she was 5'10" tall, so she thought the male was around 5'10", and then 6 foot somewhere around there. DM stated the male was approximately 3 foot from where she was standing, but added that could be off because I obviously probably still a little bit drunk. I just woke up. I don't remember fully. She reiterated, I know he looked at me because I could see his eyebrows. I think I just saw one eyebrow. I don't know why or how. DM they recounted calling and texting a roommate, BF, and that there was someone in the house wearing all black and a ski mask. DM conveyed to the interviewers that she did not know for sure if it fully happened. I don't know if my mind's like making up stuff. It just doesn't make sense to me, and I don't know how to fully explain it. Um, I've lost that totally there. How to explain it. Detective Gooch explained to DM that the most important thing was to tell only things she knew were true, and DM agreed. DM also agreed that she was traumatized and it could affect her memory. Detective Gooch also asked DM if she suffered from anxiety. DM responded that she did and added that had a lot of lucid dreams of being like kidnapped or chased. She also indicated she'd watch Criminal Minds and fall asleep to crime podcasts. Detective Gooch and Captain Blakey then sought to reconfirm the facts from DM's memory. DM reiterated that she saw a male figure in the hallway, approximately 3 feet from her. He was holding something. He was wearing all black clothes. His forehead was covered. He was wearing a mask. She remembered his eyebrows. Blake had asked what was covering his face, and DM stated, I don't know. Weird looking ski mask. It wasn't like the regular ski mask with like eyes, and because I saw his eyebrows and I think I saw his nose and like the part of his face, but I don't know. She stated she could not see the male's mouth and did not remember if she saw his nose, but confirmed, I know I saw eyebrows and I don't remember his eyes. I just feel like I see eyebrows. But I mean, that could be it. I mean, that would make sense why the forehead was covered and part of his face was also covered. The investigators inquired if DM could provide a composite for an artist, but she said she could not. Again, she reiterated she did not remember what his eyes looked like. I don't remember what his nose looked like. I just remember eyebrows. I don't know exactly what the eyebrows looked like at all, really. I just remember thinking like eyebrows, yeah, bushy. But that's all. Like, I don't remember the shape. I don't remember like the color. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's the only thing I can remember. On November 13 and November 19, 2022, law enforcement took photos of DM's bedroom. On the wall were many magazine photos and drawn pictures pinned to corkboards. The drawings were of human faces with an emphasis on eyes and eyebrows. Some of the eyebrows are heavy. On December 1st, 2022, 18 days after her first interview, DM was interviewed by forensic interviewer Erin Williamson. DM gave a detailed account of that day on Saturday, November 12th, until she went to bed on Sunday, November 13th. Do you want to go up now, Lee? DM reported she heard a man's voice and it wasn't Ethan's. It was like, it's okay, I'm going to help you. DM stated she saw all black figure about my height, maybe few inches taller, skinny build, wearing a mask. DM again stated I saw, like, I don't remember. It was just like one eyebrow or two, but it was just like this bushy eyebrows. She described texting BF about a guy in all black and described the ski mask, stating I couldn't see any of his hair, but I remember just like seeing like it was like almost rectangular, like not the circle ones. It was rectangular because I remember seeing like just like I don't know how to explain, just seeing like this. Maybe I'd be able to see like a cross, but I don't remember seeing his eyes. But I feel like his eyes were there. I could just see like an eyebrow. I feel like that's how I know he saw me, because I could see his eyebrow. Like if I can see his eyebrow, he can see me. She retreated from what I remember. I think he was like just like walking past that little wall and going towards the kitchen. And I don't know. Like I just remember seeing an eyebrow. I don't know why. I just see one. It was just like one bushy eyebrow. I don't remember the colour, like the full shape. I just remember it being bushy. DM also drew the mask for the interviewer. While drawing, she gave a consistent description of the mask and noted the eyebrows. I don't remember if I saw one or two like it was. It was just weird. DM explains that she has very scary lucid dreams, but she always known she was dreaming. When she saw the intruder, however, she did not fully understand whether it was a dream or not. She also indicated that when she first saw the intruder, she thought he might be a fireman. On December 29th, defendant was arrested in Albersville, Pennsylvania, the following day. On December 30th, 47 days after her first interview, DM was interviewed by Idaho State Police detectives. They asked DM whether she had saw a picture of defendant. She stated that she had seen the mugshot, but had no clue whether the defendant was the person she saw in the house. She explained. She explained, from what I remember, I just remember seeing this figure that was like not fat, obviously, but more of like the skinnier tone build and some mask on. I don't know what the mask exactly was, but when I thought about it, it was just like covering here and there. I don't know. It was covering his mouth, his nose, or below his mouth and nose. I just remember knowing that he was white, but I didn't know how he was white. I just knew he was. And this, knowing this, like I know he had looked at me because of the bushy eyebrows. That's all I remember. But I have no idea what he looked like. I don't like when I looked at his picture, nothing came back to me. So that like I don't know. I feel like if I saw that, my mind would be like, oh yeah, that's him. But it just, I don't remember at all. When asked whether she told BF, she made the male has a big nose. DM stated, all I remember, but I don't remember big nose at all, like at all. That's like all I remember is like some bushy eyebrows in all black and some sort of mask. But it wasn't like one of those circle ski masks. That's all I remember. On May 15th, 183 days after DM's first interview, DM testified at the grand jury proceeding for the above titled murder. Regarding November 13th, 2022, DM testified she woke up around 4 a.m. to noises. She testified she opened her door and heard a man's voice say, It's okay. I'm going to help you. And I didn't know who the man's voice was. DM testifies she opened her door again and saw a figure in all black, which I believe was a person. I knew the person was white. I don't know how, but I just knew. Knew it was male. I think I knew this because of the voice. The person was around my height or a few inches taller. And then I knew his build was like scrawny and he wasn't fat. So I figured it was like the basketball toned lean build. Regarding what the person was wearing, DM testified. There was like, from what I think I remember, it was like a black mask, almost like a ski mask, but not. It just covers the head and then maybe up to the mouth, maybe more. I can't remember if it covers just the chin, the mouth, or the nose or lower. She said his clothing were all black. DM also testified, well, the thing I can really remember was something about a bushy eyebrow. I don't remember seeing anything else, just something about a bushy eyebrow.
Okay. So I think we're going to stop there. The rest, I mean, there's plenty more here, but now they're given the analysis of what it does and how it satisfies that it can be brought into court. Because of course they were trying to get that thrown out. Thank you so much, AZ, for bringing that. That's, I just don't know why I don't remember that, us reading about that fireman thing. I just don't. But
No.
sometimes Maggie reads, sometimes I read, sometimes I run to the bathroom when Maggie's reading. She
Yeah,
runs to the
that's it.
bathroom when I'm reading. We trying to play off each
I
other.
don't remember it at all, Lappy.
Yeah. And believe me, we've read all these. We've been through all of her testimonies. And some people like to say, well, tell me why it's different. The testimonies sound different. They sound different. Listen, if I hear DM say bushy eyebrows one more time, I think I'm going to pull my hair out and I'm going to pluck. You listen, I've already shaved my eyebrows twice. If you know, you know. It was a whole thing on the channel. I'm going to one by one with my fingernails pull an eyebrow out until I have none left. If I have to hear bushy eyebrow one more time in that, I thought I was going to just scream. I gathered just a couple things from that. She's confused, but I don't think confused to the point of what I don't mean crazy confused. I think she is trying to make sense of it all, but the only sense that she can make out of it is she noticed the eyebrows. Now, we've done a couple of experiments on the channel, like with the knife sheaths and things like that, that Maggie's husband helped us out with. And then another thing we did was get a baklava and put it over, imposed it over his face so that we could just see the eyes and see what it looks like. And I'm not saying this just because I believe Brian to be guilty, but I could actually see where somebody would, because it's not like he stood there and said, "Hey girl, what up?" He didn't know. He was booking it. He was getting the hell out of Dodge, y'all. And so it's not like they stopped for niceties that she could really check the dude out. He was getting the hell out of there. And the one thing her foggy, drunk, possibly other stuff, sleepy brain is seeing is the eyebrows. And I could actually see that in my awake, sober mind, because the way his eyes are set so far back in his head, and that his forehead comes over his eyes so far I think that's what you would see is the freaking eyebrows.
Yeah.
So
And
I think that's
sometimes when you wake up, you think it's a bit mushy, isn't it? And
it
until
is
you
a bit.
place it on, you think about it. You think that's, it comes to you. I think
Right.
so.
And then if you do have vivid dreams, because I have very, very
Yeah.
Oh, they're crazy dreams that I have.
Mm.
And sometimes it either takes a minute to realize that if it is a dream or if it was real, but sometimes I do have to ask Beefcake, hey, was I telling you this yesterday? Or did I say that to you? Because I don't know if it was my dream. And he either tells me yes or no. So I think that's why in the first text messages we got, we see where Xana says, well, I mean, we see where Bethany says, well, Xana was wearing all black. And because maybe, and then we all knew, we were like, this has been redacted. None of this is making any sense. And then come to find out it had, and then we got a little bit more of it we could put together. And I think that, that was, you know, her texting Bethany and saying, I just saw a dude in all black, but I'm not sure if I was dreaming. I don't know if I was awake. I don't know what, but it's the oddest thing, and I'm scared, and it's just scared me. But I could have been asleep, you know. And then maybe Bethany was trying to make sense of it for her. Well, maybe you just saw Xana, because Xana was wearing all black. And but whatever it was, it scared her enough to run down there, and then them to continue on with their night, as best as we know that happened. And I also will say this: dreams are very, very real, because I'm going to tell you what, I've dreamed many things about my husband, and I will fucking not talk to him for 3 days after that dream.
I think we've
Look,
all done that, yeah.
I know
Horrible.
it's a dream. I know it's a dream. You shouldn't have been doing that
Dreams are
shit in my
real.
dreams either.
Yeah.
So, dreams are very real. But here's where I'm going to draw the line at the dreams. Everything she said, they have verified that he bought. Now, had she said, oh, yeah, I saw this dude, he was dressed in all pink, he was wearing a tutu and a crown on his head, and I think it was a guy, I'm pretty sure it was a guy, they would have pulled up his Amazon, all the shit that they pulled up, except for probably not Dick's Sporting Goods. They probably would have pulled up the nearest ballerina place, and they wouldn't have been able to find it, because that's not what he was wearing. She described exactly what the man had purchased, and that had been sent to him. So there's where the credibility lies. AZ says a fireman is one of the few people that would be in your house uninvited at night, wearing a mask, boots, and dressed in black. As it's as if she was struggling to make sense of things. Yes, that's what I think too. And for people who have those types of dreams, I'm not talking about the ones where you just want to beat the hell out of your husband. I'm talking about like really just these odd dreams, and they're so real. You just really don't know, and you tried for sometimes I try for days to make sense. Sometimes I've come on here in the middle of the night and I'm like, you guys, I can't figure out this dream. Can we just do something to get my mind off it? Because it's that intense sometimes. So I get that. And I could easily chalk it up as a dream. But the problem is everything she said, they have found it in his purchases. And like I said to you guys many times before, I could sit here and tell you guys that I understand a person cleaning house in the middle of the night, because you guys well know that's what I do. I'm cleaning, I'm painting, I'm wallpapering, and I do it all in the middle of the night. Why? I can't explain it, but I do. So I could even say for Brian that doesn't make him a killer no more than it makes me a killer. I could say, so, him, I've never known anybody clean their car, but hell, I'm sure he's never known anybody to paint or wallpaper in the middle of the night either, but that's what I do. So I could say that doesn't make one a killer. I could also say for Brian Koberger, there's been many times that I've been upset at something, or I've had anxiety, and I go for a drive, even in the middle of the night, not looking at stars. It's the fight or flight, right? So I'm getting the hell out, trying to get away from my thoughts and my body. And so to me, that's not uncommon that somebody would do that. But the fact that he didn't say, I was having anxiety, I had to get the hell out. No, he said, oh, I sometimes go driving at nighttime for, I stargaze and all that. Well, that now I can't relate, dummy. Thanks for fucking it up for me. I can't relate because it was foggy until the sun burned it off the next day. So you should have used anxiety, and I probably would have been right there with you, Brian. So what I'm saying is, yes, there is plenty that I can relate to that maybe somebody else can't. And then maybe some of the stuff that I can't relate to that he's done or whatever, you can relate to. But I'm sorry, everything DM says, they have found it in his purchases. Everything. Crazy Hillbilly, thank you for having me over on your channel, and I will keep them out for you as long as you want to come over. I had fun with that. Well, Crazy Hillbilly, you're always welcome here. You know we love you.
Yeah.
Don't listen to the haters. We don't care about it. Let them go do that somewhere else. We don't care. AZ says, over shoe boots look a bit like firefighter boots. They do look huge.
Yeah.
And would be a way for him to keep the crime scene evidence out of his car. Thought about this, you guys. Lolly says, have they tracked his car stargazing before it happened? We don't know. We don't know. I'm sure they have. Yeah, they've got his GPS. They've got it all. So I was thinking about this today, y'all, and I don't think we've ever talked about it. Even if it's hot outside, I'm still, when I go to bed to take a nap, when I go to bed for the night, whenever, if I'm just going to lay down, even if I'm going to lay down on the couch, I'm covered up with a blanket. It may not be a thick, depending on the time of year, it may not be a thick, like right now I'm just using a duvet, right? Because it's a real light duvet. But I'm always covered up. What if one of the reasons why that we don't see the blood spatter all over Brian is because they, like Baddy was covered up. Maybe Kaylee had begun. Maybe she was covered up to start with. Is that why we don't see, the blood that we think we should see? Because maybe at least two of them. We know Xana was found on the floor just from testimony that they had seen her laying on the floor. So there could have been blood splatter on him from Xana. We're not exactly sure Ethan yet. That hasn't come out. We don't know if he was on the other side of the bed and you just didn't see him when he first walked in, or if he was actually on the bed, but we know he was on the other side of the room over there. But what's to say about that? What's to say about that? Because definitely blood is going to be soaked into mattresses, is going to be soaked into clothing, and it's going to be, if there's blankets and pillows and stuff, it's all going to take a lot of that. Hi, G Wiz. It's good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Says, I'm not sure, but the first time the eyebrows were mentioned was in an interview where the cop said it to her, and in Detective Gooch's interview, she said she was shown a picture of the mask first. Hi, Jesse. Well, it could be it absolutely could be coercion. It absolutely could be. Absolutely. Jesse, I had heard that the mattresses were never tested as well. And there was a big question as to why. I don't know. I don't know that they were tested or weren't tested. I can't find any, can't find anything on that or not. I do know that they were taken out of the house though. So Who knows, you guys? I don't. There's going to be a lot of things that we're not going to understand until we get to trial. That's the truth. Lizzo says, I still don't buy it. There will always be blood splatter, especially when Kaylee was beaten and her nose was broken. Well, true. You're exactly right. Maybe next week, Maggie, do you guys remember when I read to you guys, people were talking about there's no way one person could commit 4 crimes, blah, 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 didn't have blood on them, blah, blah, blah. And then I read you guys, and I said you guys could go look these up yourself. There were 4 crimes that had involved a knife attack, and virtually they walked away, including a 15-year-old boy who killed 2 adults by knife attack, and he left with no blood on him. Do you guys remember that? Hi, Texas Ranger. I don't believe that bruising and scratches would be on the knuckles per se, depending on the gloves that they have. But again, they didn't find Brian till how many days after the murder? The bruising and scratching could have been gone.
Oh my
I do
God,
believe.
that's what I'm saying.
I do believe, however, that's why Indiana pulled him over twice, was to check his hands. What, Maggie?
Sorry, I was saying that, but I was on mute.
That's okay. Well, gee whiz, we're sure happy you're here. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. Lolly says, how could they not be tested? Doesn't seem right. I have no proof of that. I have no court documents of that they were not tested. That's hearsay.
They have a picture of him in the morning, the thumbs up one. It was only showing one hand.
Right. Right. That's right. Yes, y'all please hit the like button for me. I appreciate it so much. I've been looking at this case for a while. It's my first visit here. Well, I'm so happy you're here. Listen, I'm not a crime channel, you guys. I do everything under the sun we talk about here, but Wednesdays and Thursdays are dedicated to this case on my channel. So I hope you'll come back. Texas Ranger. Oh my God, just Texas Ranger. Hold on. It already looks like he's got his shirt off. Hold on. He doesn't. It's okay though. You're a good looking man. He said, hey everyone, new here. Why would they test the mattresses anyways? They were pretty soaked. I guess for DNA to see if there was any, like on Kaylee and Maddie's, to see if there was any DNA on it that would have belonged to Brian Kohberger, but they wouldn't have found it. That's why they didn't test the DNA underneath the nails. For if you go back and you read the transcripts from one of the motions that talked about the DNA under Maddie Mogan's fingernails, and the defense was like, we don't want that brought into we don't want it brought into trial. We don't want the jury to hear about it, blah, blah, blah. And the state stood up and said, Your Honor, we're not bringing that into, we have no intentions of even talking about that under what was under her fingernails, because the likelihood that you're going to find any of Brian Kohberger's DNA under her nails is slim to none, because he was in all clothing. He was wearing a mask over his face. So unless she gouged at his eyes, which we know she didn't, then the DNA wouldn't be there.
Also, as well, he could have, obviously he was wearing gloves. He could have had knuckle dusters. I don't know what you call them. Is it the same? It's like a set of rings that are all together, and you put them over your knuckles, and they're like metal. So you really can whack someone with them. He's not going to have a mark on him using them.
That's true. Brass knuckles, we call those here.
Yeah. And if you get the work gloves, they've got like special placed protection for stuff like that around your knuckles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're illegal here in the States, but that doesn't mean people don't own them.
Don't have them, yeah.
Jesse
get
says, right,
things
and
that
no
are
scratch or bruising on that picture. That's right. What's malpractice? What's malpractice? You don't know that you won't find anything. I don't know what we're talking about.
So remember when bookkeepers had to be a specific mask because they can still escape it. Yeah, they're just a little mask that has a nose strip on it. The N something. I've got them upstairs actually somewhere. And they're the ones they reckon with the best, just a
Look,
normal white mask.
Jesse, I'm not saying that they didn't test them. I'm not saying that they did. I said I heard, just like you heard, you have no proof. I said I heard that they did not test the mattress, just like you heard it. We don't know that for sure. They could
Yeah,
have tested
Texan.
it.
That's right.
That's correct, Texan. Yes, yes.
It
Because
is
they
a
did
head
say,
scratcher.
I mean, her dad did say that the injuries that she took to her face was enough to kill her. That's why I said she wasn't just hit with his fist. He picked something up and hit her.
Yeah. He's used something. That's why he hasn't been bruised. He's used something for sure.
I
There's
mean,
no second.
even if he did get bruised, I mean, how long was it
was
before
6
they had
weeks.
eyes on him? Right.
6
A
weeks.
bruise and a scratch is going to heal by then.
Yeah.
So, gee whiz, you guys make good points in this case. Is a head scratcher for sure. Yeah, we have to make sure what we hear matches our court records. That's correct.
Yeah.
That's exactly correct. They threw it on the back of a pickup truck and left it to open air. So I doubt they would have tested it afterwards. Well, how do you know they didn't test it in the house? Basically, you just got to get a swab of the mattress in the house, or they have to cut. You don't know if they cut the mattress. All you see is the white covering of the mattress over it with the mattress, and then the red blood stain, where you're going to see the red blood stain all the way through the mattress. So you don't know if they didn't cut part of the top of the mattress off of it. Hey, 12 gauge, good to see you.
Hello.
Good to see you. Thank you so much, you guys, for being here. I appreciate it. Can you guys do me a favor? Hit the like. Fair, but it's still very unusual. So am I. There's only one Lainey, but here I am. Very unusual. I'm a very unusual person. Stranger things have happened. That's all I'm going to say. And it's really not unusual. Hold on. Evidence. So, no. That's not unusual at all. Because if they took it out and they put it into I don't know what you want to put a mattress into that's going to keep it sealed to get it to a crime lab.
No, but
to
like
be
you
able
say,
to test
Lainey,
it.
they'll have taken a piece of the mattress if they're going to take
You would
it.
have taken the piece of the
They
mattress.
won't take the whole
Exactly.
mattress.
Yeah, there's no way to take that. I mean, there's a way, but you take the chance of incriminating it, taking it out of the
Yeah.
environment.
Putting it in.
So
It's
just like
definitely going to
carpet.
be taken of it.
It's just like carpet and cutting out a piece of the wall and cutting out pieces of the wood on the floor. You're going to cut those pieces out, bag them, and put your evidence marker on it and your signature, and you're going to send it on down the chain of command, the chain of custody. That's how that's going to work.
Yeah.
Yes, they don't know if they cut the mattress, but both most likely swabbed it.
Yeah.
Hi, Moon Val.
But
It's been a
why
minute
take
since
the
I've
whole
seen you.
mattress, Jesse? Why would they why take an entire mattress if the mattress is soaked in blood?
You wouldn't
proper
need
thing
to.
to do was just cut a piece
Yeah.
out because it's got the pick of the, they can take any part of it if it's drenched. So they're going to
And
take
it's
the one with the most blood on.
that's right. And
Not
it's
going to
and
take
it's
a whole mattress.
they don't need the whole mattress. You don't need the whole mattress. And it's safer leaving it in the environment it was already at
But
than
completion is
grabbing the
in
whole damn thing.
taking a
You
swab from it or taking a piece of it. You don't need the entire anything. If
no.
there's blood there, they're going to take some of it. They're going to take a swab of it.
There's
But
no
I really
way,
don't think they're going to
Jesse.
take the whole mattress.
Jesse, please. Do you understand? There is no way to swab a whole damn mattress, let alone two.
Jesse, I think you're just cut off, love, and it doesn't matter what you hear or what you're told. You believe in what you believe, and that's absolutely fine. But honestly, I mean, so all
I
right, so
don't
they
think
want
you
to
have an
get swabs off the bodies, so they've took
yeah,
them
I
to the
don't think
morgue.
there's no, I don't think I just don't think you're willing to accept anything than what
Well,
you're
what
not
you
willing to
use?
discuss.
What they take swabs of everything else.
There was
You have
probably
to.
enough blood on the floor that would just come through the mattress. We don't know. Listen, there was a reason. There was a total reason that when they brought the house down, they started it early in the morning because there was a lot of blood in that house, a lot. And the less people saw, the better. So they just wanted to pile it all up on each other.
Maybe they didn't have to take the mattress. They had it from elsewhere. You mightn't have needed to take anything like that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we're not it just listen. I've said it before, I'll say it again. It doesn't matter how long we've been sitting in front of this computer and what we think we know about forensics and DNA and crimes and murder and knives and all this other stuff. We still, if we sat here for the rest of our lives, would not know as much as a 5 year of someone 5 years as a crime scene tech. Sorry. I just don't believe it. At Jesse, I am a CJ major. I know the investigative process. So yeah, they do swabs. Absolutely, they do swabs. Gee whiz, just like the carpet, they're not going to keep a house full of carpet. That's exactly right. They cut out the part that they need for testing. The rest of it just goes to shit. Listen, you're telling me that a person I'm supposed to presume, well, you're not supposed to because you're not on the jury, but okay. Presume innocent is guilty of 4 times murder. You got to come up with something beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, listen, you can't negate DNA. And you don't know what all they have. You don't know what all they
No
have.
one does. None of us know.
But if this is all they have, explain to me why this man is driving the type of car they're looking for. Explain to me why this man has got records of buying everything that a drunk girl says that he was wearing. Explain to me how this man got the weapon the knife sheath and a sharpener delivered to his house that supposedly killed these victims. Explain to me why this man. I could just keep going on and on. I could just keep going on and on. Maybe they just took the sheets if the mattress. That is correct. What a good thought, Ranger. I didn't think about that. They wouldn't even need to take pieces of the mattress. You're right. They could just take the damn sheets. You're right, Ranger. Never even thought about that.
Mm-hmm.
What I don't know is not evidence. But what you do know is evidence. Yeah, is evidence. And that's what. So everything you know because you think Dylan did it. And
Yeah, she
everything you
thinks Dylan
know,
set it up, Texans.
so everything that you know, I'm supposed to believe when you've offered absolutely no evidence on Dylan, and you think you know more than the cops. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I just don't think that you know more than the cops do. A person is innocent until proven guilty, which he hasn't yet, unless you count the grand jury. Grand jury found him guilty. Texas Ranger says, show me the reason it could have been someone else. Yes. 12 gauge says, in the same presumption of innocence, why aren't there others that are surviving innocent instead of bashed? Jesse, was your DNA found under the victims? Jesse says, because Dylan's story doesn't add up to who? To you. Just because it doesn't add up to you, it doesn't mean that that doesn't make her a killer. Just because her story doesn't add up to you does not prove that she's a killer. Give me something. That's not true. There's plenty of evidence, and I'm going by what the cops say. Tell me where to look. Give me, because everything that I'm saying, I'm showing. So tell me where to look so I can pull it up, please. That's not what the grand jury found. You're wrong. The grand jury found him guilty. You're wrong. No, the grand jury found him guilty. Because this is Lizzo saying, so what you're saying is he's guilty already, so why do we need a case in? Well, I don't know who the grand jury's made up of. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but I know the grand jury found him guilty. But it makes her, but you can't, Jesse, you told me yesterday you cannot, you can't find somebody guilty off suspicion. And you don't think that the cops, you honestly think that the cops did not investigate Dylan. You start from the inside out. That's a known fact. You start from the inside out. So the first people to be investigated are going to be in the circle, the surviving roommates, the boyfriends, the friends of the house. That's what happens. They indict, so he's arrested and in jail. Oh, let me bring it up. Look, I could be wrong. What am I looking at? Oh,
That's it. We don't have all the numbers yet. We can only sit here and just go by what we know so far. I mean, putting the pieces together. I mean, you can either look at it as you don't believe it or you do. It's as simple as that, isn't it? But you can't say things that there's no evidence of.
all right. So I was wrong in a sense. This says a grand jury does not declare someone guilty. Its purpose is to determine if there's enough evidence or probable cause to indict an individual for a crime. Indictment means a formal accusation, not a conviction. If the grand jury decides to indict, it means they believe there's enough evidence to proceed with a trial, where a trial jury will determine guilt or innocence. So I sit corrected on that one. These ladies are trying to go over a case with us. If you disagree, no need to be rude to them. Was somebody rude? Oh, if you're being rude, that's not going to work here. I mean, you're welcome to have a different opinion, but nobody's going to be rude. The math obviously won't add up if we don't have all the numbers yet. Yeah, but at this point, I agree with you. I totally agree with you about that. I think I can't even read. I'm getting tired. Dylan, turn on the waterworks. You think waterworks on cops? Right? Hey, Jeff H. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in.
Hi,
so
Jeff.
good to see you. Jeff, you don't know me, but I know you. And I'm going to tell you right now, I would love one time to have you up on my panel and discussing this case with me and Maggie. I'm Leanie. I know you. You don't know me. And that's Maggie, my co-host.
Hi, Jeff.
So it's really a pleasure to have you in here. I'm accusing based on what? Based on you not believing because her testimony or what all she's given in testimony to the grand jury and in her interviews don't add up. So that's why you're accusing her. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with accusing anybody that there's absolutely no evidence that points them to the crime they're being accused of. I have a real problem with that because people's lives are completely ruined because of just doing that thing right there. There is absolutely no evidence that shows that she was a part of this crime at all. You're not smarter than a cop at all or investigator at all. Just because you don't believe what she says does not point any guilt her way. So let's drop the link. Just don't come up here arguing and fighting and everything else, because I promise I can be louder than anybody, even though I'm losing my voice fast.
You sound tired, Lee.
It's just I've talked too much today. I don't really talk that much when I'm not online. I'm happy to be very quiet. Jeff, if you don't mind coming up, I would love to have you up
You
here.
put it in at the same time.
Oh, well, thank you, 12 gauge. 12 gauge, come on up. There's not a lot of evidence. There's what evidence? I'm trying to ask you. Give me something that is credible. Don't give me a YouTube channel. Don't give me anything that is not factual. That is evidence is factual stuff. Everything else is hearsay.
I'm here.
Hi, Jesse. Welcome.
Hi, Jesse.
Hi, how are you, Maggie? How are you, Lainey?
I'm okay, love.
12, you must decline for now. Rain check, getting off work. Okay, 12 gauge, thank you so much. Jeff H, come on up, or anybody else that wants to. Sorry, you guys, I'm losing my voice. Let me take a swig. But Jesse, do you not agree with me in any sort of way that if it is not, if there's no evidence to back up your claim, you cannot accuse somebody?
I'm basing it on evidence that we have. I'm
Show
not
me
even,
where.
because other people have like these conspiracy theories about like the FBI and informants and drug cartels.
Yeah, I got it. I got it all.
But
So show me where your evidence is.
So okay, look. The first thing that's just like a clear sign to me that they're lying is that they're trying to tell us that they're too immature, that they're way more immature than they actually are.
Who are they?
Well, Dylan mostly, but they also ascribe it to Bethany. But Dylan is the one who performs her immaturity.
Okay, so are you saying Dylan is saying she's too immature to do it? And give me where I
No,
find that at.
Dylan is saying that she's too immature to know that, oh, you see someone lying on the floor drunk, oh, they're probably fine. That if I saw a guy in a mask.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on, babe. I hit the wrong thing. I'm so sorry. Come back up.
Hi.
Go ahead, babe. Go ahead.
So-
Hi, Jeff. It's so good to see you, honey.
So she's too immature to know that when she sees a guy in a mask and then she sees a body on the floor, that those two must be correlated. So, and then she's too immature to know that you should call somebody, cops, parents, friends, right away instead of waiting 8 hours. And this is not but like Steve G will come out and be like, guys, come on, use your brains. They're young girls. They were hiding stuff. No, that doesn't make any sense, especially because on the record, she calls her dad at around 8 a.m. Her dad doesn't have the excuse of being too immature. Her dad would tell her, no, the cops don't care about that. They don't care. Just call them. They're going to care about the murder. They can't tie.
Well, we don't know what he said, though.
But you know that he would have said that. We don't know what he said, but if that's what she's worried about, an adult man trying to protect his daughter would tell her they're not going to care about the drugs. They can't pin that on you. Sure, they're going to give you immunity.
That's what he would say if that's what she conveyed to him. A whole lot of ifs. That's the problem. If.
Right.
But I think what we do know, you can assume that he didn't say call 911 because the real story, the story that we don't know yet, all the YouTubers, the pro burgers know the story apparently, but we don't know the true story yet, right? So when we find out the story, I'm sure we're going to say, oh, now I understand why Dad didn't say call 911. She thought she was being pranked. She was wondering what was going on. Maybe every other Saturday when nobody answers their phones, you're about to get spaghetti thrown on you or something. Right? I don't know. Or pig's
I'm not
blood
buying
if you
it.
saw the movie
I'm not
Carrie.
buying it because she just went through something.
Well, I'm
scary.
not buying. I'm not
she
buying
just
throwing
went-
her under the bus while we praise Coburger. At least the pro burgers.
I'm not.
I'm not
praising
saying you
anybody.
are. I'm not saying you are.
I'm not praising anybody. I'm
I don't
just
wanna say
saying,
you are. I'm
you already know something's happening. You already know. That's why you went to Bethany's room, right? How are you not trying to take care of a problem right then and there? How are you just going to sleep and forgetting about it? That doesn't
she
make
probably
sense.
assumes Ethan's in the room as well.
Jesse,
so
she's
it's not
a kid,
like
she's not
left
asked.
alone.
But then why
We've
aren't you?
loads of
That's
people on our
another
floor
thing.
drunk. We're not
She knows
interested.
that Ethan is there. Why isn't she ever texting Ethan or calling Ethan
She
or
did
calling
text
out
him.
to Ethan?
She texted him when she rang him on Snapchat. She got in touch with him on Snapchat. Obviously, he didn't answer, but she did
I mean,
try
like
to
how?
reach out to him.
Okay, but like how convenient that it goes on to Snapchat and that's the one that it disappears. Like how convenient, how super duper convenient that is. And then
really
like
think
when in the morning, right? Like after she calls Daddy for advice, 4 hours later, she calls the neighbors, and the neighbors do what? According to the testimony, according to the written thing that Hitler put out, what do? They do reconnaissance. They do a reconnaissance to go and see what's going on, and then they come back out and then decide to call 911. And then what do they do on the 911? They reenact what they just did.
Okay. They did it the second level. First time it's like something's going on. Second time there's something's going on, but now we're on the phone with 911.
No.
That's all.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Time out.
But that's a reenactment.
No. Time out.
It's a continuation.
Time out. So, Jesse, I haven't opened my mouth the last 3 or 4 minutes. I just let you talk. So now we're going to let somebody rebuttal. Jeff, well, first, ladies first. Mags, you have
ladies
the floor.
first, yeah. Plus, I came in here storming, and I'm sorry. I didn't.
No, Jeff.
The thought hit my head. I just had to say it, so I apologize.
No,
Jesse.
no,
I mean,
Jeff,
I don't want to jump on you like that.
Can I just say something about Jeff really, really quick? Jeff, I've seen you in many chats, and so many times I've been like, damn, I wish I could get in touch with Jeff because I'd really like to have him on my panel. But I can't say that in somebody else's chat. It's rude. So God just brought you to me. So thank you,
You
Lord.
just got to put up the bat signal up in the sky. I'll call you.
Yeah. So it's really good to have you here. All right, Max, go ahead, honey. Give us what you got.
No, I was just trying to say, from what I can remember, I was going to say was, I've been to loads of parties. I've had parties in our house when we were younger. I've had people passed out drunk, and none of us have ever checked on them.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
And-
it's just
But
what young
it's a
kids
different
do.
situation.
Hold
It's a
on, let her
different mental
no,
state.
no, no, no.
Go
Let her
ahead. I'm
finish.
sorry.
Let her
I'm sorry.
finish, because I could
But
rebuttal every third word of yours.
you
All right,
think
go ahead.
you go to the toilet and think, oh my God, they're still lying there. And I've thought they must be absolutely smashed. I just wouldn't think anything else. And hearing the noise earlier on and seeing someone, I'd start putting that together as I was downstairs and thinking about it. But that would totally freak me out. I'd be terrified. I mean, that's me. I can't speak for the kids. I just think she was pissed. She was a bit unsure. She was trying to piece it all together herself. I really don't think she's got anything to do with it. But
Okay, but in the text message, she clearly declares that she's freaked out, right? Freaked out
yeah.
doesn't mean confused. It doesn't mean like, I don't know, yeah, dazed. It doesn't, that's not what freaked out means. Like, oh man, I think I just, no, that's not, freaked out means like fear. It means she's in a
But
state of panic.
maybe your idea of freaked out is totally different than her idea of freaked out. These kids speak a different language, Jesse.
No, they don't.
They
Yes,
do.
they do.
And if she, if
They
she's
do.
high too, or the intoxication,
Yeah,
if she's a
but
little
that's
high and paranoid, and it's at 4 a.m. a stranger, 4 a.m. stranger is enough to freak out, even if you're sober.
Exactly.
She doesn't
Exactly.
understand, but not freak out like you're talking about, not deathly fear scared.
No,
I think she's
come
freaked
on,
out
Jeff.
like what is going on. Now it's possible. I'm not saying it's
Come on.
impossible that
Come
she's that afraid, but she could be also that afraid, and she's saying, Bethany, make sense of it to me.
It like,
Hold on, let me get
I'm
back.
sorry.
Also, wait,
that
Bethany
Jeff-
is also trying to explain Xana was also wearing black, right? So maybe she's trying to say, "Hey, calm down, Bethany.
That's
this
what I
isn't
think.
what you think it is.
Right.
This is much less than what you're freaking out thinking it is."
But
And if
that's
this is a second Saturday in a row where Xana's passed out on the floor, and also what if we're playing the what ifs, it's like it looks like Ethan has put a blanket over Xana again, just let her sleep on the floor. At least she's on her stomach. She's not gonna die like Jimi
right.
Hendrix did, laying on his back, choking on his vomit. It's okay. I'm still freaked out about who that guy was, though. That was kind of weird. Had a vacuum cleaner attachment, and I didn't hear any vacuum running.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you see a guy in a mask, right? Like, if you see a guy in a mask, and the only guy that you know is supposed to be there is Ethan, the first thing you're going to do is call for Ethan. Ethan, is that you? Ethan, what are you doing dressed like that? You're going to call Bethany. You're going to ask her, hey, was Ethan wearing black today? No, Xana was wearing black.
But she said she knew it wasn't Ethan.
You're going to tell her, oh man, I've been hearing some weird things. Call Ethan. Tell him to check it out.
Okay, hold on.
Well, maybe she's freaked out that they're both asleep. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
My turn. So, you probably weren't here, Jesse, within the 15 minutes prior to you coming, because we actually did read one of the motions. It took us 30 minutes to find it, but we did find it. And it was Bethany, Dylan given one of her 4 accounts of talking to investigators at 4 different times. And this one, she was talking about how she has these vivid dreams, and that she wasn't sure if she was living in a dream, like she was dreaming that she saw that guy, or if it was reality, but all she knew for sure was eyebrows are just standing out to her. And the thing that covers that for me, you can smile and smirk all you want to about it. Here's the thing that rings for me. Everything that she says, that he was dressed in black. He had his face covered with some sort of mask. All she saw was his eyes. And that's all. I mean, do you think he stopped to have pleasantries with her? No, he did not.
But that's the thing. It's like,
no, hold on, I'm not
is
done
she
yet.
the survivor?
I'm not
right?
done yet.
Okay.
Everything that she said before anybody ever knew the name Koberger came to be true. We've got receipts from him buying the outfit she described. We've got receipts of him buying the knife, not only a knife, but a sheath and also a sharpener of what I'm not done of what they said they were talking about. We've got, I mean, we could sit here and go on and on. How would she have known to say all those things?
When you start from the conclusion and work your way backwards, it's easy to find confirmation of whatever you want the conclusion to be.
She didn't. She started at the beginning.
No.
Yes, she did. She was the very first person to give an interview to
That
the
day,
cop.
right? That very day.
Yes, that day. So she started at the beginning.
If you want to start at the beginning, then you'll say the first time I noticed something weird was when this guy was stalking my friends and he came over and he said something weird. So that would be the beginning.
How do you know that he came over and said something weird?
No, I'm just saying, like,
No,
that
well,
would
then-
be like,
no, that's not the beginning to her because none of us know that happened. The beginning to her is when she saw a guy dressed in black with his face covered up in her house. That's the beginning to her.
The first moment she saw his face.
Okay, sorry, I got this. I didn't
Sorry,
hear that because I was reading that.
I was taking it down then, sorry.
But that has nothing. There has to be a clear explanation for like why. Okay, I kind of feel that question is erroneous, but I don't know.
Well, let me give you something that's not erroneous. I just need you. I'm going to ask one more time. Show me any kind of evidence, not hearsay,
well,
not a theory.
evidence-
I don't want your theory. I need an
Evidence
evidence.
is okay. Evidence. All right. First off, okay. What? Just another because I've already said a bunch of things, right? But
No,
like
but
one of
you've
the
never
things.
given me evidence.
One
Ever.
of the things that they mention in the files, right, is that in those 4 hours after she calls her dad, right, she goes on Snapchat to check the locations of Ethan and Xana.
Right, which is what they
Right.
do.
Right. But like you live with them and you know that they're in the house. You saw them earlier. You haven't seen them leave. And then now you're checking their locations.
Well,
Why
that
not
makes sense.
just go like that? Like just go. Just
well,
go check
when
on them.
when you've seen a stranger in your house, and
Okay,
you're already,
but
that scares you
was
enough to make you
4
run
hours
downstairs.
previous, but that was
Right.
4 hours previous. So that stranger, I mean, like he
You know
would have
what?
gotten you
He was
already.
there one
He would have
set,
gotten you
you know?
already. Are you still
Maybe.
afraid that there's? Because then just call the
I think
cops.
there's definitely
Like,
still afraid if Hunter is going to the kitchen to get a knife first because they don't know what is
Okay.
down the hall.
But
There's
Hunt-
something.
okay, have you noticed that in the makeup of that house, in order to go to the kitchen, right? In order to go to the kitchen to get the knife, he has to go through the corridor of what's her name? Of Dylan. She has to go through Dylan's corridor to the other side of where Ethan and Xana were living.
What?
To get that knife and then come back around that corridor to go back to where like it's
No, he just
sort
goes
of-
from the top of the stairs
Yeah,
straight
you
across
go-
to the kitchen.
Yeah, you go straight
No, no, no,
across
it's
diagonally.
straight across is the living room.
Right,
No,
across.
you-
and then
no,
there's
literally-
a door.
no,
there's like
literally
a
when you
median.
walk-
There's a median wall in the plan in the layout of that house. There's a median wall that separates the corridor to Ethan and Xana's room that he would have to go through and around to get to the kitchen, which is next to Ethan and Xana's room, but you have to go around.
No, they'd be way
So-
down the hall. He looks to his right, way down the hall is the door to Xana's room.
That's correct.
And it's just
he keeps going straight to the kitchen, goes
He
down
just
one little step
beelines it to the
into the
kitchen.
kitchen.
4 inches step.
You go up
that's
the
it.
stairs. You go up the stairs, and then you have to turn around all the way 180.
No, you just make a right. You make
No,
a
no.
right, and you're heading
The
straight for
right
the kitchen.
is Dylan's room. The right is Dylan's room.
A U-turn from the,
The
stairs
Dylan's
would be
room is
would-
right
no, would be
across from
Xana's
the
room.
kitchen.
The
Dylan's room is
U-turn
right
would
across
be
from
It's exactly right. The U-turn would be Xana's room.
No.
From the stairs, coming
Oh,
up
from the
first
stairs.
floor.
Yeah. Okay.
Would be a U-turn. Yeah.
It's in the same way if he was going to go back down the stairs.
Right.
He'd be
And
headed
then
to Xana's room.
and then to go to Dylan's room, you have to take a right, right? But then when you get to Dylan's room, okay, that's not the one that I was looking at, and there's no kitchen there. You know, if you can notice, the one that I was looking at, there's a living room. Okay, I'll draw it.
You don't have to draw it. I'll bring it up.
So, okay, these are the stairs, right? And then you go through here. Okay, I'm gonna do it again. And then this would be Xana and Ethan's room. And then this is the corridor. And then this is the living room. And then this would be Dylan's room right here. And then you would go here, and then here's the kitchen, and then here's the bathroom, and like whatever.
You know what you're showing us, Jesse,
So-
is the perfect example of why we need the dollhouse. This is the kind of thing
Yep.
that will come up for the
But
jury.
a to
of
scale
like,
dollhouse.
But well, when you say it's not to scale, what would be off? One of the
Yeah,
roof tiles? Is Anne going to say
exactly.
one roof tile is off? Therefore, this will help the jury. This will help the prosecution. So I don't want it.
So okay. Oh. All right. So this would be where Ethan and Xana, right? E and X, and then
Hold on. I'm just
picture's
hold
perfect.
on. Give me just a second.
Yeah, just
here.
use
I'm-
the real images.
Let,
I'm
let
sure
me
the
do it.
jury-
Let me do it for you, Maggie. Am I big? Here,
Your
let's-
heart is big.
Thanks, Jeff, you sweetheart. All right, here we go. I'm going to take you through the house real quick. This is
All
the
right.
front door. If you go out this door, this is where all the cars are parked. Down right there, that right there is Bethany's bedroom, okay? A utility closet. First floor bathroom. This is another bedroom where Ethan's golf clubs right now they're
storage
using
stuff,
it
right?
as storage because that roommate moved out. Here's where you're saying Dylan goes up the stairs. So let's walk on up there. Come on. Get up there, you son of a bitch. Oh, here we go. I don't want to go there. There I want to go. All right. So we come up the stairs right here. Right.
That's the living room.
Right. So now we're in the living room. All you got to do is go straight this way. This way's the kitchen. That right there
That's
is
not
Dylan.
that's not the
Yes, it is.
apartment.
Yes,
That's
it
the
is.
kitchen. Yep.
That's the kitchen. You just
Oh,
walked
okay,
up
I
the
see.
stairs on the first floor. This
Okay,
is
now
the
get
kitchen.
to the kitchen.
Hold on, Big Daddy. Says according to Leanie, you go this way and you go to the kitchen. You go this way and you go to Dylan's room. You would have to go completely around the steps
Right.
to go into Xana's room. Xana was seen laying right here, head towards the wall, feet towards this way. She was laying on her stomach. This is her bathroom. So now let's go into the kitchen a little bit. I don't like this one so much because usually you can. There's Xana's room again. Let's see. Let's go into the kitchen. All right. So here, this is Dylan's
Yeah.
room right here.
Yeah.
I believe that door was just slightly open like that. If you go up this stairs and then the stairs above this, so you go 1 up, 2 up, you're on the third landing up there, which is the third floor. He came in here, he exited here. So
Yeah,
when he
that's what I
came
meant.
in, I believe he went up these stairs right here, went up, killed Kaylee and Maddie first, then Kaylee, came back down the stairs. I believe somehow he saw Ethan or Xana or one of them. They became collateral damage. If not, it was easier for him to run his ass right back out here. But because they saw him, both of them or one of them saw him, he had no choice to go and kill him. I believe that Dylan was never even really seen in all of this. Remember the visual snow that he apparently has.
That's what I
He's
mean.
trying-
Look, see
he's
that?
trying-
See
I'm
that?
not done. I'm not done. The visual snow that he apparently has, and he's not walking through the house leisurely, checking out the pictures on the wall. He's hauling ass. So I don't think he even saw her there, and he took off and he went out. All right. You have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay. So that was what I was talking about with Hunter, that he has to do this little journey here to get that knife.
Mhm.
And it's like, if you're afraid, like you're doing this extra journey to get that. I'm not like Hunter. I don't suspect at all of anything. I don't think he did anything. But then looking at this door, like in order to look out and like, how did she see him? And then that he didn't see her.
The
like,
good vibes light. That's why.
No, but he was already. She says that he was in the kitchen going to the sliding room door. How
in
does she
motion.
see that from there? Right? How does she see that without him seeing her?
Because
And
you're
that's-
blinded by the light. Good vibes light blinds him, but it helps her to see his lit face. Sorry, I'm a photographer for 30 years. This is how I look at it with
The
light.
good vibes
either
light
blinds
is
you or it
on the
assists you.
other side of the
Right,
wall.
that's where he's coming from.
No, she sees him.
So the
going to
light is behind. If the light is on the other side of the wall, like you're saying it is, Jesse, then the
Mhm.
light is going to be behind him. It's not going to be in front of him. So he's not going to see her.
I wish I could move this. She
I'll move
sees
it for you.
him. She sees him going into the kitchen to the sliding room door, to the sliding door.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
Let me get to Dylan's room. This is Dylan's room. It's the 3rd floor. It's Santa's room.
And man, those old houses with those cheap wood floors and stuff like that, man, those are loud houses.
And I can't remember. Let me check this in chat really quick. Caribbean.
See, so this is
Caribbean
where he
said-
would be
hold-
standing.
Hold on, honey. No, he wouldn't be standing here at all when she saw him. Caribbean shipped, you said that's a state fake news map. Well, you're actually a little bit wrong about that. This map right here is a map that was put on one of the pages to rent the house. The house was not owned by the college until it was gifted to them by the person who owned it. So no, this the map that you're seeing in here is not a 3D model or an AI or anything like that. You could find this on the website that was renting the house, just like you could the pictures.
Hey, Lainey, I need to jump down and go get my son from work. I totally forgot what time it was.
Oh,
I gotta
it's
jump
okay,
off of here.
Jeff.
How long are you guys going to be on here?
Well, I know Mag's gonna go. She's 5 hours difference than us. I could come back, Jeff, if you want to do a live together. But I will tell you this: we do Coburger Wednesday every Wednesday up until trial, and I try to just stick to the facts on Wednesday, not hearsay, not what we believe happened. Try to pull up, things that the dockets, things like that, and interviews from the family. And then on Thursday, we do question and answers and more of theories and things like that. But listen, my email is accordingtoleni@gmail.com. I'm really easy to find, or on my messenger at according to Leni as well. Whatever's good for you, I will make time to be here.
Okay. Well, why don't you guys carry on? I might be back in 10, 15 minutes or so. It might not take that long. So if you're still on, I'll jump back in.
All right,
carry on.
thank
I
you
don't want
so
to
much.
interrupt what you got going there. So
No, you're fine. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. I'll see you guys.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Mags, do you have to go now, honey? I know you're at. Hell, Maggie might have already fallen asleep on me. Poor Maggie. Okay, all right, so the latent shoe print is right here. You know that, right? It's right outside her door.
Okay.
Somewhere right in here. So he's walking this way back from Xana's room, and he comes and he turns after what I believe, because there's nothing that says.
After having cleaned up everything of all his DNA and
okay, let me
placed
ask
the
you-
bodies in the perfect place.
Let me ask you this. So do you think he was working with with Dylan?
I do not think he was involved at all. I think the cops were desperate. They were under a lot of pressure. They were looking for any way possible that they could solve this. And
Why didn't they just use Dylan?
Because they,
Come
honestly,
on.
I believe that they were benevolent sexists. I think they saw a crying girl.
Come on.
That's what I think.
Oh,
That's what I think.
shit.
And
Let me
I
ask
think
you this. Are you married?
no,
You have a girlfriend?
no.
Are you an incel?
I don't know about incel.
I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to be an ass. I'm just trying to get to know who
N-
I'm talking to. But you're
well,
beginning to sound like what? So, do you
no,
consider yourself an incel?
I'm do not. I think it's voluntary what I'm doing. I still think I would have a hard time if I
What
wanted
do
to.
what do you mean incels are? What do you mean you're voluntary? What does that mean?
Yeah, like
Like,
I just don't want to. I don't like. I don't know. I've
you don't
seen
want
the
to be with
dating pool.
someone.
Yeah, not
Okay.
that I don't want to be with someone. It's just no one interests me.
What do you think about? Okay, now I'm gonna dive in here real deep. This is my favorite thing to do. What do you think about him as far as being an incel? Do you think he's an incel?
No, I don't. And in fact,
Tell me why.
From what I've heard, right, and all this is
Oh
hearsay and rumors,
God.
right? But from what I
Okay.
heard, he was macking it.
He was. Where did you hear that at?
I heard he would go to parties and get numbers.
Okay, tell me where you heard that. No. You have to tell me where you
Oh,
heard
but
that
this
at.
is in the past 2 years of hearing lives and people calling in and telling stories and
okay.
stuff.
Calling it where?
Oh,
Because
to
there's
like other
been
YouTube channels.
absolute. Okay, y'all must be talking about that over in the incel community because there is absolutely no
I do not.
person. There is absolutely no person nowhere that's given any interview whatsoever that Brian Koberger was
Like,
macking it.
and the people that know him personally don't really like. They'll say that
Really?
yeah, he was an awkward guy or whatever, but like he was, you could talk to him. He was a normal guy.
Did you hear? Well, yeah.
Like, I
It
mean,
doesn't
like
mean incels are mute. Incels aren't mute, honey. They can talk.
No, yeah, I know, but I'm saying like from the stories I've heard of him going to the parties at WSU and talking to the people there, he was getting numbers. So I mean,
Okay,
like
well,
I don't know. I
this
don't
is
know if
kind of
there was any success with that. He
listen.
had that one girl that now she turned against him, but like back in the day, she trusted him enough to help her with security. So that's got to count for something.
Well, I think she trusted him until she found out that he actually probably murdered 4 people. She let
Yeah.
him into. Hold on. She let him into her house to set up a security camera, and was that freak watching her too? What are you gonna do? Let me ask you this, Jesse.
I'm
What are
not
you gonna
accusing
do?
her of anything.
No,
I'm
let
just
me ask you
saying.
this, Jess. Let me ask you this, buddy. What are you gonna do if it comes out in court? Because they got all of his intel now. What are you gonna do if it comes out in court that he was actually watching that chick who he set up her house, the security house? What are you gonna say then?
Make it public. Make it
Okay,
public.
they will during court. They're not going to tell us everything. That's not
But
how this
they
world
should.
works.
They
I'm not
should.
saying-
Yes, it is how it works.
Listen. Do you vape?
Yeah.
You shouldn't.
Well,
You shouldn't.
But I do.
You just shouldn't. But you shouldn't, though.
But I do.
Right. So no matter what we think about it, we'll hear about it in court. So I'm asking you, if you hear in court that they show you video that homeboy was sitting in his living room
They
with
show
his
it to
little
me.
remote.
I'll believe it.
Oh, and then what are you going to believe about the murders? Still
I'll
no.
believe the proof. I'll believe the proof that they show me. If they show me video of him entering that house,
Oh my
knowing
God,
those
they got
people
DNA.
beforehand, like, they
So
don't have
DNA
DNA.
DNA
They
means
don't have it.
absolutely nothing to you. And
It's
that's
not
what I
that
mean.
DNA
You
means
have-
nothing. It's that particular. It's touch. First off, that touch DNA is not reliable. That's why they never use it in court. Secondly,
where do you get your information from, dude?
Secondly, if it were where they say it was, it would have corroded by the time they got to it, which means that it was not where they said that it was. They're lying to us about that because it's impossible. Because that part of the buckle would corrode. I mean, unless what they found was an eyelash. If what they found was an eyelash, then okay, fine. But that's not what they're saying they found. They're saying they found touch DNA, and touch
Do you
DNA
know
is skin
DNA
cells and skin
can
oil.
last 1,000 years?
But not under circumstances in which are corrosive to microbial structures.
Okay, but that you don't know what that buckle is made out of.
They've
And
said
it
that
doesn't matter.
they've
I
talked about
believe-
what it's made out of. They talked about it.
It matters not. I believe that The
If they found an
scientists would-
eyelash, okay, fine, they found an eyelash. But even still, like an eyelash, like I mean, like, come on, it's an eyelash. An eyelash floats. An eyelash can go from one place to another. Like it's not definitive. It's not proof. And like in the whole of the context of all of the evidence, right?
all of
It's
the
not
yeah. Let's
yes,
talk about
okay.
totality.
In the whole of the context of all of the evidence, right? Because they found blood on handrails, they found bloody gloves, they
And you don't think
found
they tested that?
biological material
And you
underneath
don't
the
think they
fingernails,
tested none of that?
and they tested it, and it wasn't Brian Koberger.
Didn't
They
say that.
compared. Yes, they did.
No,
They
they
compared.
did
They
not
have.
say
They've
it
compared
was
it
not
to Brian
Brian.
Koberger. And if they haven't, then why haven't they? Why haven't
No,
they? They
you
should.
just no. Wait a minute.
They
Hold on.
should.
Do you vape?
Yes.
You shouldn't.
Okay, but I'm
Do you see how
not.
silly that sounds?
I'm not.
They
but
should.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, but
But
they're
you
cops,
just
okay?
told
They
me-
have to live up to a certain standard. They're cops.
Okay,
They're cops.
this
They
is-
have to.
let
They
me-
can't just like wing it. They have to follow the rules. They have to do it step by step. Okay.
right,
If you
let-
have
let me-
DNA, if you have blood there, if you have blood, you got to test the blood. You can't just leave it there. You got to test
Mm-hmm.
it. And if you have a prime suspect, you got to test that blood against the prime suspect's DNA. And
Listen.
they've done that. They've done that, and they can't match it. They can't, because if they could, they would tell us.
Not necessarily. No, they
Yes,
wouldn't.
yes.
When did
Yeah,
you?
why
No, they
would why would they hide it? Why would they
Why
hide
would
it?
they? Why would they? It's
They
because
would hide it
the
because
only thing
it's detrimental
they
to their story.
Okay, I'm going to tell you how this works. Up in the corner, it says according to Leany. So just because of that, I deserve some kind of respect to be able to talk on my
You have
channel.
all my respect.
Second of all, how a panel works is that you speak and then I get to speak. Then you speak and then I get to speak. You don't get to just jump. You have to let me finish my thought. I let you finish your thought. That's how this works. All right. So everything that you have said that I have listened to about the DNA and stuff like that, I feel like we've talked about it. But here's the difference between you and me. And I believe him to be completely guilty because I believe there is evidence against him. I'm still willing to learn why I could be wrong. Prove me wrong. You haven't. You're giving me theories. You're
I'm not-
giving me.
I'm
I'm not
not-
done. I'm not done. You're giving me theories. You're giving me your thoughts. You're giving me how things don't make sense to you. You're giving me that I'm not making sense. So all I'm asking, this is it. This is it in a nutshell. It's in a nutshell. Okay. I need some kind of proof, something that there's evidence, not a feeling, evidence that points Dylan as being the killer. Your turn.
Okay, well, for Dylan, I feel like I've demonstrated evidence that points to her. But
Again, I feel. I'm not asking about feelings. I'm asking you
Okay.
to point me in a direction. You keep telling me that
No,
you
but I
heard
mean,
it
like,
from this, you heard it from
you tell
that.
me that like you just believe that it was him. Well, okay, fine,
No.
you just believe that, but
No,
I'm
I-
giving you reasons why I think logically that you can deduce from the story we've been told that it's Dylan and that Dylan is okay. But now you want to know why I think that
I don't
Koberger
want to
is
know why you
innocent.
think. No, I
Uh,
don't want to know why
okay.
or what you think. I am just asking you for evidence that
Okay.
that
Evidence.
points Dylan in as being a suspect that should be a suspect at least in this murder.
Okay, well, evidence is just flat out the most like blatant like sign that we should be looking at her is that she waited 8 hours to call the cops. That's the one
Doesn't
big
make one a
like
killer.
that
That's
it's,
not
I'm not
evidence.
saying but I'm not saying that
But
that
that's what
makes
I'm
someone a
asking you.
killer. I'm saying that's evidence. That's evidence piece one. That supports, right?
No, it
That
doesn't.
indicates
Nope. That does not support anything at all that makes her that should be a killer that she waited 8 hours to call? Give me something
Well,
else.
I mean,
Anybody in
like
chat, if
Lainey,
you let me know. Anybody
Lainey,
in chat, if you think that points that she waited 8 hours to call, or not just her, because there's the other girl. So there are two girls now that waited 8 hours. So now both of them should be considered for murder in Jesse's book. All right, keep
I
going.
mean, like, okay, well, because you want me to show you that it's for Dylan. Okay, Dylan convinced Kaylee to come back to the apartment for one last weekend. That was the idea, the plan, that it was going to be one last weekend. It was Dylan that convinced her to come back, not Maddie, who is her best friend and possibly even, we don't know, her girlfriend. It wasn't her that went over to convince her. She didn't even accompany Dylan. It was Dylan who by herself went to talk to Kaylee
Okay.
to convince. So
All right.
that's
Let
two,
me.
and you can tell
Okay.
me
Let me.
no. You can tell
No,
me
no, no. I'm
no,
just
no,
going to ask you
no.
a question.
But
Just going to ask
then,
you a
like,
question about that because I did I looked up everything, and I didn't just look up. I searched. I'm asking you, tell me where to find that it says that Dylan actually left town and went to Kaylee's house to ask her. But that to me matters not. Let's just go with your theory and says that she did, because I've not been able to find that she actually went to the house. I have been able
there's
to
an
find,
interview
I've
with
actually, oh my God. I actually have been able to find where her mother says that she was Dylan's plus one, but not that she came to the house. But irregardless, that doesn't make her a killer or even point to her having Kaylee killed.
yeah, but it's another drop in the bucket, right? It's another drop in the bucket.
Okay, let's see. So how many is that for me? 3 or just 2? So she invited her to the house.
So
Okay, got
yeah,
it.
that's 2. Okay, and then
Okay, and then she didn't make the call. That's 2. Okay, got it. Keep going.
3. Yeah, she waited 8 hours to make the call. I mean,
That's
that's
2.
extremely suspicious.
Extremely.
Okay. Uh, the text messages just don't seem to jive with her story of being
Well, they're
in
not going to
abject
jive
terror.
because they're just not going to jive because they're redacted. But I'll give you that too. That's 3. Okay, keep going.
She calls her father at 8 in the morning.
Did she get in touch with him?
I don't remember,
She
but
did
I
not.
think
She
they
did
did
not.
have a conversation. They
Sure,
did have
they
a
did.
conversation.
Yes, she called her father. He didn't answer. He texted her back to see what time they could talk. Yes, they talked for about 3 minutes. I'll give you that one still, though. That's 4. Keep going.
Okay.
And that really means someone's a killer. Go ahead.
And then when she calls over her friends, they do a reconnaissance run through of the house first, and then they do the 911 call, and then just neglect to mention everything they already saw or that
Okay,
they
there's
already did that.
absolutely no proof that there was a reconnaissance run through the
No,
house. What
that's
the
her
hell does that mean?
testimony.
But
That's
what
her
do you mean by
testimony.
reconnaissance
That they
run?
went up, like they went up to see what was going on, right? Supposedly, that they went up to supposedly see what was supposedly going on. And then they were too scared, so they ran back out. And then that's when they decided to do the 911 call and then literally reenact what they just did. And don't tell us that they already did it and then act as if it was their first time doing it.
I'm so sorry, but
So I'm not saying
there's
that wasn't their first time doing it, but I am saying that it doesn't match with her story.
Okay, none of her stories that says that she saw Bethany. She saw Xana twice. Once running down to be in Bethany's room with her. The second time she saw her is when she came in with Jack. So in any documents, that's all it gives is 2. So no, I don't believe that there was a reconnaissance run.
No, it says that in the documents. It says it. That first
It says that they went in twice.
Yes, the
Can
first
you
they
tell
go.
me which one? Because I gladly pulled that up.
It was in the one where Hitler is talking about the timeline, and he has the text messages and the transcript of the 911 call, all in the same document to explain what his understanding of the timeline is. I don't remember what it was called.
Do you know how many times the timeline is mentioned in all of these motions?
It was one of the most recent ones.
Okay. Let me just, okay, so that's number 5. Go ahead. Even though I
And
believe that's complete bullshit, but go ahead.
so they do the speed. Okay, and then there's that. There's that. No one can explain where the dog is in this time.
What does
Right?
that have? What does the dog have to do with who killed who?
Well, it doesn't. It's one of those things that no one's keeping track of, and it
Okay,
could
but no,
indicate something.
sorry.
But
The dog has nothing at all to do with the killer. Sorry.
and
And if it did, then I would think because they do have it on audio where the dog is barking for 30 minutes, I don't think the dog would be barking with someone it lives with. I have 2 dogs in this house right now. They're going to bark at people that don't live there. But go on. I'm not giving you the dog thing because that matters not who
okay,
killed you.
that's fine. And then in the 911 call, there's several things that of the 911 call by itself are unusual, right? So, first, Dylan seems to be directing everybody. She's telling everybody what to do. She's
By
telling
whose
people what
standards?
not to do. What do you mean by whose standards?
Where,
She's
where,
just
where do
doing
you
it.
where do you see Dylan telling everybody what to do?
Okay, so Dylan hands the phone over to people. She tells them what to say. She tells them to remember to
She tells
mention this.
she
Someone
tells
tries to
them
do
one time
something and she says, "No, don't." Right? And then she
that
directs Bethany. She tells Bethany, "No, we have to go."
yeah,
Right?
because
So
that's what the
she's
police
directing
told her.
her.
That's what the police told her. You have to go and see if she is breathing or if she's
But
asleep.
what
Bethany
I'm
didn't want to
trying
go back in the house, so Dylan said, "No, we have to go."
right. And then what I'm trying to bring attention to here is that Dylan like is the one in charge. Like Dylan is the one telling people what to do. She's the one like directing everything.
Like what
She
though? You just gave me 2 things where she says, "No, don't," but we don't even know for sure that was Dylan that said that, do we?
we do because it says in the transcripts A1,
Okay.
A2,
Okay.
A3.
So she says that, but Bethany is the one that made the original call. Then she hands the phone over to Dylan, and the call was also made on Bethany's phone. Then
Right.
she hands the call over to Dylan. Dylan didn't tell Bethany anything to say. Then the phone was handed to Emily, and Emily is the one that gave the address to where they were at and trying to. She doesn't know what's going on. All she knows is something's. She hasn't even been in the house yet, and so she's telling what she knows. Right? Emily's
Mhm.
saying, "Well, there's a roommate in the house, and she drank a lot last night, and she's passed out on the floor." But Dylan wants them to understand there's another big problem, guys. I saw someone in my house. And so she says, "Tell him there was someone in the house." That's if the dispatcher had continued to let her talk. I
She says,
understand
"Can
what
I tell
I
you what happened?" Pretty much.
pretty much, yes.
Right.
She says that, right.
Yeah.
But if the I understand why the dispatcher did not let her continue with that.
And then, okay, so
there's
now
I still
there's the
don't see
part
any
where they go
direction.
on the little field trip to see what's up with Xana, right? And then when they're there, somebody's doing like all you hear is her like you don't really hear anything, right? Except like the stuff in the background. So they're there checking on her when all of a sudden Hunter's like, "Oh, go, get out, get out." Okay. A lot of interesting things about that one scene in this phone call. So, for example, how come they're not describing the blood? How come like they're not reacting to that part of it? They're just reacting to someone on the floor passed out. They keep saying that she's passed out, she's passed out. She won't wake up. So how do they know that unless they're looking at her, right? If they're looking at her, how come they don't see all the blood everywhere? So that's the one thing that's peculiar about the call. And
Well,
the other thing that's like super duper like, whoa, what is that about? Is that while they are looking at Xana, while Hunter's checking on her, Dylan says, "Poor Kaylee."
Are
And
you
then it's
sure
like
that's what you're
that
100%
it's in
absolutely
the
sure?
transcript. That's
Okay.
in the transcript.
So there's so much I could debunk here. There's so much.
I think
Because
that's in the.
there
It
is
might not be in the transcript,
there
but it's
is
pretty clear.
nowhere near anywhere in the transcript or anywhere that anybody has said anything about any one of those girls going into Xana's room. They saw Xana from the staircase. I showed you where the staircase was.
Right. And while
Looking
they're
down her-
worried about Xana, while they're worried about Xana's personal well-being, and probably a very shocking scene to look at, even like indirectly. I mean, like, because you can smell blood, right? Like you would know something's wrong. While they're worried about Xana specifically,
I think you hate
she's thinking
women.
about Kaylee. I do not hate women.
Come on.
What would that have to do with anything?
Come on.
While they are looking directly at Xana,
Think you hate women.
she is thinking about Kaylee.
Think we need to discuss you being an incel. I really do. And the reason why I say this to you is because
Okay, well, that's an ad hominem attack.
A what?
An
Oh
ad
my.
hominem.
I don't. I have to.
My
I'm
person.
gonna have to tell you
Ad
the word.
hominem.
I'm really gonna have to look up that word because I honestly have never heard it in my life. But this is what I'm saying. I asked you why. You said that that the police set Koberger up. By God, they just they were starstruck over Dylan and her tears.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, and you called it something else about females. You
No,
said
I
something.
said benevolent sexism. It's like when
Okay,
a guy holds a door for you, right? That's
Oh,
considered benevolent,
I would
but
call
it's
that
still sexist.
chivalry. And you think it's sexism to hold a door open for a girl?
No, that was just an example. It
But I'm
falls into
asking
that
you what
category. That's not
benevolent
what I meant.
sexism means.
Benevolent sexism is like, oh, she's just a girl. She needs me to protect her. So that would be
Oh,
benevolent
okay.
sexism.
Yeah, I think that falls under chivalry. But anyways,
Oh,
so you say it that way. So basically you're saying that all the cops, not just one, all the cops, all the investigators, everybody that worked on this are benevolent.
Not all of them.
Well, they
Benevolent
would have to,
sexist.
right. But one would have to convince all of them, right? So
just
there's
the one
not
in charge.
one. So
just the one in charge.
Just not necessarily, because let me ask
That's
you
the only
this.
one that needs to make all the decisions.
Let me ask you this. If you were over a case, you were over this case, you're the dude in charge, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're the dude in charge. You 100% believe that you have evidence to lock up Dylan. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you're telling all your officers, look, this is the deal. It's the way it went down. But all them officers have, or even one officer, let's just say one out of the 20 that's working with you. One of them says, you're wrong. There's DNA upstairs right now from this guy right here. Do you not think that one person's not going to stand up and say, I'm not going with you to convict somebody just because you are benevolent, whatever, or because you're in love with this girl's tears or eyes and stuff like that? You don't think somebody on that police force or wherever had enough integrity to say, no, bullshit?
Man, I've seen cops like because a lady accused him of kicking a door in and like trying to kidnap her or something, and the guy turned out to be in a wheelchair. Like he didn't have any control of his body from his chest down, and the cops arrested that guy. And they like didn't want to. They wanted to believe that he was faking it, and like no matter how many people would come and tell him, yeah, but he's in a wheelchair, like they still wanted to arrest that guy.
Yes, Max. I'm sorry.
I just want to say good night, love.
Good night, Max. I love you so much.
Love you too, Gail. Good night, Jesse.
Good night, Maggie.
Take care, everyone. See you all soon. Good night and God bless. Have a lovely day wherever you are. Bye,
Good night.
everyone.
Bye, Max.
Bye.
Yeah, but
I have to go in
know,
a little bit to buy groceries, so
pick
I have
me
to
up
walk,
something
and
good.
it's far
Pick me up something good. Why are you walking? Why aren't you driving?
because my bike is I broke the motor on my bike.
Oh man,
It's an
that
e-bike.
sucks. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry about that. Well,
Yeah, it's all right.
you go buy you some groceries. Don't do anything you shouldn't do because you don't like it when people
Oh no.
shouldn't do stuff
That's
and
why I
should
stay in
do
my
stuff.
apartment all day. The only thing I go out to do is buy groceries because I'm literally afraid of being framed. So I just stay in my apartment.
Oh my God. How many of those conspiracy places
Mm.
do you hang out in? Tell me the truth.
Oh, it's not conspiracies. It's lived experience.
Oh my God. How old are you?
I'm 40.
You're not 40.
Yeah, I am.
You look
Yeah.
like you're maybe 35.
Oh, thank you
Maybe.
very much.
No,
Thank
I'm
you.
not trying to
That's very
flatter you. I'm being
flattering.
honest.
But it's
But damn,
It's
you
flattering anyway.
I mean, wow. So whatever you do, you got great genes there. But
Maybe I
no,
do.
no, what I'm saying is,
Thank you very much.
well, you're older than I thought you were, so I guess you probably do have quite a bit of life experience. So can't
Mhm.
argue with that. Can't argue with that. Well, you know what, Jesse? I think at this point we'll agree to disagree. We'll shake
Very
hands
well. Yep.
virtually. I
Shake
wish
hands.
you know, and I'm not saying I'd like you to come back, but I'm going to ask you to come back with bring in a little bit of gray area because right now you're so closed off that you believe what you believe, and you got no time to listen to anything else. But
But I've
everything you
been
believe,
listening.
no, everything you believe is a theory. You have no evidence, love bug. None. You gave me absolutely no evidence. Every one of those things that I wrote down that you said, it's
Jeff
not
H
me.
was talking earlier about how there's a laminate on the button. He's right about that. There's a laminate on the outside of the button, but on the inside, where the clasp is, where they say that they found it, on the inside, the little
Yeah,
scoop,
where it snaps together. And
yeah,
that
that little scoop
little
inside,
hole.
it's not laminated. It's just the exposed metal.
Let me write that down. I got to find out what metal that is and
They
how long
talk
it
about
stays.
they
MJD.
talk about it in the court documents.
Okay. Well, you know what? Let's agree to this too. You're not an expert and I'm not an expert, and that's why
Okay.
neither one of us are going to be sitting on panel.
Okay. All right.
But the difference between you and me is I'm probably going to shake my head and be like, son of a bitch, if he gets found not guilty. I probably will, just like I did with OJ. But then I'm going to go on and I'm going to live my life, and I'm never ever going to be watching somebody's lives or walk around talking about this
But
again. I just
you,
won't. But
you,
are
you
you that
mentioned
type of
OJ. I just believe that the whole universe is trying to kill me. That's why.
Nobody's trying to kill you.
But okay, you mentioned OJ Simpson, right? But that is specifically why this case is so worrying, right? Like, let's just pretend for a second that you're right, that it is BK, right? But this investigation is such a bad investigation. It's so like not good that he might get away with it, just like with OJ did. Like, and the thing is that OJ
No.
getting the jury's not at fault for that. It's not the it's the cops' fault. The cops' fault that OJ got away with it.
No, it's not just that. I mean, come on, he was juice. That's a different playground altogether. You cannot say that. I'm not saying the cops didn't make mistakes. They absolutely, every crime a cop makes mistakes. It's not on purpose. It just happens because we're of this thing called humanity. We're human.
Planting a
But,
glove is not a mistake.
So you believe OJ didn't do it?
No, I believe OJ did it, but they definitely planted that glove. That glove was not OJ's. They planted it.
That glove was not OJ's. What makes you? And then you got to go
He
because
tried it on. If the glove don't fit, you must have quit. And
Okay, so you know nothing about leather, that it doesn't shrink. No, do you have a leather jacket? I'll pay you $50 to put your leather jacket in water.
I haven't had a leather jacket in like a decade.
You got a leather glove?
No.
Oh,
no.
fuck. Give me your address. I'm going to send you some. I'll do it on
No,
my channel.
I'm good. I'm
No,
okay.
this is what I'll do. I've got plenty of leather in the house. Not going to tell you what for, Big Daddy, but I got leather.
But like it would still fit over. I mean, like he did it on camera. OJ did it on camera.
Yeah,
it would fit past.
It was a really, really great move.
Yeah,
It's great. It was a great acting thing that he did. But
They
it
planted
doesn't
it.
matter. It doesn't matter. That glove had their blood all over it. It was the glove that he used, and it absolutely did shrink. Did you know the better the leather, the more expensive leather you get, the more that it shrinks? Do you think OJ walked around with half leather and half spandex on? No.
I don't know.
No. He made way too much money for that. So his was leather. Honey, I guarantee I'm going to do it. Y'all remind me, because y'all know I love to do experiments here. Right? Listen, I'm an educational channel. All right, you get out
Well,
before it
thank
gets
you
too
very
dark,
much,
Jesse.
Lainey. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you
Have
for
a good
coming up.
day.
You too, love bug. See you next time.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Where's it hasn't even gone to trial yet. Yeah, I know. I get passionate, TLC. I get so passionate. I can't help it. Jeff said that he just picked up the phone and called K-Bar. Right on, Jeff. You could even ask for Beth, because she's the one that told me that the button snap is coated in pink enamel finish. Well, shit, I think I'm going to probably do that too. Put you guys on speakerphone and let us listen to it. Yeah, he's in a totally different category. You're right, MJD, than OJ. I mean, OJ was the man during the time of that trial. He was an American hero. And he was the juice. And money talks. Koberger is nowhere near that. Like, he's not going to get the same kind of, no, it's not going to happen. Wow, this has been a good one. Just got home. Are you still going for a bit? I can. I absolutely can. I just need to grab me a cig, Jeff. I need to take a little bit of medicine for my back. Take me some Diet Coke. If you can just give me 2 minutes, I'd gladly come back and talk to you. I'm excited. How about, can we come back in 5 minutes? Everybody take a pee break. Grab you a cig, take a pee break, come back in 5 minutes. Just grab a Diet Coke. I knew we were kindred spirits. But I double fist, Jeff. I also have coffee. I do coffee in one hand, Diet Coke in the other. I put them both down to smoke a cigarette. That's what I do. All right. Whoopee, pee break. Y'all, you know we're going to be doing the pee dance up in here. So let's get to the bathroom. I'm going to put on a song real quick. I'm going to go smoke, get me a coffee. I already have my 2-liter Diet Coke sitting right here. I'll be back in about, I'm a professional smoker. So I'll be back in 2 songs, just 2 songs. Jeff, I'm sitting here. I'm not lying to you. If I could take a picture, I would show you. I have a whole 2-liter sitting here, my man, that I drink out of. I'm ridiculous. It's either go big or go home at all. I'm either in 1st gear or 5th gear at all times. All right, let's go pee before I pee myself. Rock Chalk True Crime. Thank you for coming in. I'll be right back. All right. Hang on to your horses, people. We'll be right back. Let's play a song.
In the studio, we laugh all day. She's got that sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile. Running jokes, mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. With a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. I try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in, this ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me, this ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me, this ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Leanie's got a channel, it's a wild affair. Maggie co-hosts with a comical flair. Prayers and laughter fill the air. Jumping jacks and goofy stares. Families gather around the glowing screen. Hilarity's a cocktail where we dream. Maggie's jokes are a mean machine, turns our blues to yellow and green. Leanie needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. We're said with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light, creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Back to fun, to the crazy side. Tick tock, time flies by with Maggie's jokes that reach the sky. Leanie grins with a happy sigh. Happiness streaming, no need to cry. Leanie needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. We're said with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light, creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Present with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Present with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light, light and joy in the middle of the night. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Present with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning love. Leanie's got a channel, it's a wild affair. Maggie co-hosts with a comical flair. Prayers and laughter fill the air. Jumping jacks and goofy stares. Families gather around the glowing screen. Hilarity's a cocktail where we dream. Maggie's jokes are a mean machine, turns our blues to yellow and green. Leanie needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Press it with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Back to fun, to the crazy side. Tick tock, time flies by with Maggie's jokes that reach the sky. Leanie grins with a happy sigh. Happiness streaming, no need to cry. Leanie needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Press it with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Press it with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like more than up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Percent with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Light and joy in the middle of the night. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Percent with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning love.
Oh, geez. Good grief. Hello, everybody. Y'all, telling you. Listen, I have to share with you guys my joy. Can I share my joy just a second? As of tomorrow at, about 9 o'clock, my baby child is going to be a college senior. Y'all, I'm getting old. I'm so incredibly proud of him. And God, I'm hoping for a good retirement. I put all my baskets in my baby child's. I put all my eggs in his pockets. Hope everybody's doing good. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. Do me a favor, hit the like button. It doesn't cost a thing to do that. That's all I ask of everybody. And I am forever appreciative of that. Let me stop the screen there. Let me pull this off my screen so I could see myself. There we go. No. Where am I? There I am. Alrighty. All right, I'm going to drop the link. Anybody want to come up? Jeff, if you want to come back up, I'd appreciate it so much. Liz, if you want to come up. Y'all, I'm going to tell you, one day, my baby child is gonna, I don't know, y'all, but I'm not gonna have any bills. He's gonna make it, like, he's just gonna make it. He's gonna make it, and he's gonna take care of his mama. Now, if you leave it up to them girls that I gave birth to, because I got 5, 3 boys, 2 girls. The 2 girls are the older. You leave it up to them, man. They're putting me straight into a nursing home. I mean, do not pass go. Do not collect $200. They're going to do a roll and stop and kick my ass right out of the car, and then throw my suitcases out of the car too. And hopefully a nurse will be standing there or something to intercept me, and they're going to be like, "She's all yours." But I'm going to tell you what, them boys of mine, they'll make sure that I got Diet Coke, cigarettes, and some coffee, whatever mama needs. They're going to make sure I get, and I'm going to raise holy hell up in that place. That's what I'm going to do. It's going to be a good time with Leanie around. He's walking around with eggs in his pocket. Y'all, his dad just pulled up in the truck, moving him out of the frat house. He's not going to live in the frat house no more. You guys, he's already, hi, Jeff. He's already rented his senior house with his friends.
Hey, when they kick you out of the car, just remember, tuck and roll.
Tuck and roll. Right. Don't hurt yourself. Don't do it.
And keep the top on the Diet Coke tight, just in case, You'll be
they don't give a damn about me, Jeff. Them girls, terrible to their mama. Them boys, they just love me.
Yeah, my
See,
son has
girls,
been great since he graduated college. I haven't had there's no there's no financial burden. He just takes care of himself, pays his rent, does his stuff, works. It's a blessing. It's a total blessing. I love it.
Is it like so? Because I'm already feeling that, right? He's going to be a senior next year. These 4 years have just flown, 3 years have flown by. But I'm
he's
so
I think he's like me. I don't want to be, I don't want to be a financial burden. I don't want to be a burden to anybody in any way.
But I'm saying,
if
like,
anything, I want to be the opposite. I want to, yeah.
As a dad, I mean, I already feel so much pride. Do you still feel that, like, wow, I did it? Like, my kid, he's a great member of society. He pays his bills. He rocks this thing. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
So I don't ever want that feeling to go away. I am very incredible. Even my girls, I tease them all the time because they're mean to me.
I'm not loud enough, Rock Chalk. I can turn up. I actually turned down because I listened to some of the replay and I thought it was distorting a little. Is that better?
No.
I just boosted a bit.
Yeah. Sean, I'm coming, Sean. I'm coming to Hawaii. You know that. So what says you, Jeff, about this whole thing? I know you are a true crime aficionado. I have we've been in circles, the same circles, but I have sat in many bushes and just watched before I started my channel. And so I've seen you around a lot, and I'm not just saying this because you're here. I mean, really, there's a few people you see around and you have a channel and you think, man, if I could ever, get to really talk to them. So to me, really, it's an honor because you're one of the people that I really wanted to get on here. Not so much that we think the same, but it's because we think differently. I'm definitely a female brain, and think a lot with my heart. My brain is probably more of my heart. And men just seem to think, like, you remind me the way you speak of I call my husband my Beefcake. That's what everybody knows him about. And actually, he did a live with me earlier today, which I was very thankful for. But so I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that very
seriously.
much.
You never know who's watching you, right?
Yeah,
you
right.
never know.
That's why you got to be on your best behavior and don't be an ass and don't show your ass. And
you know what? I do though sometimes, but at least it's on my own channel.
Right.
Like you could just leave, the same door you came into.
But I really like what you did. My first exposure to you is watching you have Jesse on panel. And I thought that was wonderful. That's the way it's supposed to be. We can differ and we can have a discussion. It can get a little, we're all passionate on both sides.
Right.
And like you said at the end, we're just going to agree to disagree. That's what I always said. When we come to the end of a day or a conversation, we agree to disagree, hug it out, see you tomorrow. Let's continue tomorrow. If you're still interested in the case, which we all are, we will be tomorrow, the next day. I'm an everydayer with this case. I just, the thought of it, just thinking about it. And I think, too, what we were just talking about with kids college age and, with my son not that far out of college, when I think about Ethan, believe me, I'm thinking about what would I be doing, and would I think for a second that I would express my feelings about my son being taken that way, and then YouTubers would come down and I'd be like the way they are with Steve G. It's like, wow, what?
Yeah,
all because he's got strong feelings and strong opinions about the person that they've arrested. And I tell you what, I don't know much, but I have strong feelings about the person they've arrested. I think they got the right guy. I know less than Steve. So I think it's safe to assume Steve knows more than me, and that's the conclusion Steve has come to. And of course, when the mainstream media comes to the conclusions, everybody says, oh, well, it's a corporation. They have to think that way. It's like, no. When you see a duck, sounds like a duck, looks like a duck, walks like a duck, there's a chance you're going to come to the conclusion it's a duck. So it's not a narrative. It doesn't have to be a narrative. I mean, because you can point the finger the other way back at the Pro Burger and say, yeah, you all got your own narrative too. And I've seen the way you get when I'm like blocked on 10 channels because, oh, look out, he's got a different opinion. He might influence some of the weaker minds in our group here, you know. And I'm like, I'm not here to convince anybody. I'm just here to have a conversation about it. You all are talking about the Earth being flat, and I'm just like, oh, it's an interesting conversation. It's more interesting than the guys over there talking about sports. I'd rather talk about this with you guys.
I'm going to let you know. I'm not. I live with a man who thinks about the things. I can't say I call him a conspiracy theorist, and he's really not. He's very open-minded about stuff, and he's a lot. He does see more gray. He's learning to see more gray because this is me. If he comes at me, I'm like, shut the hell up, go away. Because he won't listen. He wouldn't listen to my reasoning. Like, okay, you think the earth is flat. I think it's round because of this. No, but this, let me show you this. And I'm like, but you're not even willing to understand. You just want to be right. I don't mind being wrong. So there's the problem until you're ready to have a discussion about it and consider my theory, even if you still, after you listen to me and you're just like, no, I can't get down with that, then that's understandable. But you can't come at me black and white with anything. You just can't. At least be willing, open-minded enough to hear me out and then just tell me, Leanie, I got nothing for you, girl. No. You make no sense at all.
We put so much thought into it. There's too many things to consider. Like, even if you try to consider just one element of the other side, that other side needs to just realize, like, wait, the thing you're asking me to go against my logic, that affects like 5 other things that also are logical to me. And now so it's not just the one thing you're asking me to believe. You're asking me to believe a whole lot of other things, and it's really a hard process because you're sitting and you're thinking about it. Okay, all these things are starting to make sense. Everything's lining up. What still doesn't make sense? Okay, what's still there? And oftentimes the answer to that question is you can't know yet. You got to wait till trial. You know, Ann Taylor has the luxury of, like, you know, this is our time. This is the Ann Taylor show. We can flood the courts with documents and get our thoughts out there, and we can paint our picture. Oh, another picture painted by Ann Taylor. Did she sign the bottom? How much is it worth? You know, she's like Jodi Arias with the paintings. But
God.
She's painting pictures of things, taking this opportunity, but this is not the show. This is the pre-show. So the show is coming, and the prosecution, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they sit there and they say, oh my gosh, she's got people believing that this is what happened.
They show a lot of restraint.
You know what? I think I was going to say they sit there and they think to themselves, if she only knew. I think the thing is that they're sitting there saying, she knows the stuff we know. And she's like, that's how she's going to spin it. Oh man.
She's digging. Listen, for the chat, thank you guys so much for being here. Jeff's page was dropped. Jeff's link is dropped in the chat. Y'all please sub up to him. Listen, I'm poor here. I run a very low grade, very we don't do a bunch of, this is no big time news and stuff going on here. We're just a fun bunch. That's it. And we're poor. So I can't pay Jeff anything, but I'm going to tell you, I could drop links and say, please sub up to people that I like, that I would hang out with. So let me, one of the funniest things, Jeff, that I heard, there's been a couple of things when we watch what court proceedings we have been able to watch. And I found it funny, the very last court proceeding, they had like 107 different motions that they were putting before the court for him to rule on what they wanted the jury to see and not see, right? That was the last thing we saw in the case that was on TV. And I found it very funny, and I think the judge did too, that Ann Taylor saved, hey, I don't have enough time to defend this case properly. Did anybody catch that? That was the very last motion that she put before the court, was that she said, I just don't have enough time. I will not be ready come August for this case. And the judge, he's got great expressions anyways, right? I mean, his hands over his face, over his mouth. He's just like, oh, all this. He's got great expression, but you could see just the expression of, you've got to be fucking kidding me. That's what I took it from, right? And then he said, I loved this of him. He said, then why would you take on another death penalty trial? And when he said that, Jeff, I jumped up. I was like, what did he just say? I rewound it just to listen to him again. Ask her, then why would you take on another death penalty case? And she just looked like defeated at that point. Because I don't think she expected him to announce. None of us knew that she's already signed on for another death penalty case. And you don't have time to try this one or to defend this one. And you've already signed up for another one. So now you're telling me you don't have enough time after 2.5 years to get through all these documents.
Is she also is that her way of also making a statement about like, if the prosecution would just do me a favor and like, just give me just the pertinent stuff, or just like do my job for me and like just organize it in this way. And the prosecution has had to go through all this stuff too, right?
Oh my God, you're saying it exactly like the judge did, because the judge says, well, the prosecution's not going to do your job for you. And they've had 6 months time longer than you have. And why haven't you reached out to get more help? And then he offered her advice, like, can you get in touch with Judge so-and-so and get a couple more people on the case to help you go through everything? And she said, well, yeah, I guess I'll do that. Like that's a new concept. Oh my God. It's a new concept. And then, so that pissed me off. And then she said, yeah, I could get help, but that doesn't mean that my brain's going to retain everything they tell me. And he's like, no, that's not what they're for. They go through different files. They figure out what exactly you need to know to prepare for this trial. This is what they hand you. They don't hand you the whole document. It's like he's telling her exactly how to do it.
Right. It's like saying, Anne, don't stop being a one woman show.
Right.
Use your team, have a team.
Right.
I mean, how much, I know there's a lot to this case, a lot of, stuff that they've collected, all the tips and the photos and the videos. And I know there's a lot, but when you break it down, it's really not that hard. The murders happened in just 2 rooms of a house. A white car sped away minutes after Xana's last sign of life on TikTok. Where'd the car go? What did it do? I mean, it seems like you can break it down simply, and it seems like they could. You know why it's not simple is because they're not just trying to figure out what happened. They're also trying to figure out what can we make it look like happened instead. That takes a lot of extra brain power. It's kind of like what they say about telling the truth or telling a lie. Telling a lie takes a whole lot of extra brain power. Telling the truth, you just open your mouth and talk. It just comes out. But I didn't mean to. I see Rock Chalk is. I hate when I go in places. I feel like they're just ignoring the chat completely. They're just talking. But I see Rock Chalk has said some things about Ann Taylor, and I do believe Ann Taylor has a job to do. I think she's doing it well. And I do think, too, that Anne knows that if she does a poor job, all this just comes back and appeals. And they just say, my lawyer sucked, So I don't blame her for not doing the very best that she can. And who knows, maybe there's a part of that. Maybe that's how you can sleep at night being a defense attorney. Somebody's got to do this job. And if I'm going to do it, I got to do it to my best, because if this is a person guilty of this crime and I didn't do my best, all I'm doing is allowing them to not get the true justice they deserve. So I don't fault Anne for doing what she's doing, but I just feel like I think the prosecution, there's a reason they have such confidence in going after the death penalty in this case. And it just seems like as we get little bits of information, and again, I think Steve G has gotten those little bits of information always before us. So he's always kind of understood.
Yeah, definitely. Cooey Lulu, good to see you. Jay Brad's back in the house. Good to see you. Lunch Lady says Jay Bradlini is talking scouse and Jeff is trying to understand her.
Scouse? What is scouse? I saw that comment.
So Maggie my co-host, she's from Liverpool, and the people in Liverpool, for whatever reason, they call them Scousers. They have a different way of their dialect. Their English dialect is different, so it's really well known. Like when they speak the way Maggie does, that she's a Scouser, I guess. Like kind of like our people, like we know that who comes from the Bronx or upstate New York because they have that
Or
just
from the South or deep
yeah, or
South
the
or
South.
deeper
You
South.
just right. We just know, and that's the way it is with Liverpool. They're Scousers. So there's that. Az says, as long as I've known Jeff, I somehow did not know he had a channel until right now. We all sub up.
I was going to surprise you, Az, at Christmas with it. I'm just going to say, guess what? I got a channel. Merry Christmas.
So is Az and Rock Chalk your friends?
Yeah. Well, we've definitely been in
You
rooms
run in circles?
before. I feel bad because I don't. There are some people that have a memory like I remember every conversation we had, and I know how many kids you have, and I know what you do for a living, and I feel bad because I'm one of those brains that is not like that, and some things I can remember, but I think also too it has to do with there are people that can really tell a story and are great conversationalists, and when they tell you about what they do or their experience, and they're so good at the way they say it, they're you're pulled in like watching a movie. And then I remember, but I think most of the times I'm just not paying close enough attention. I might be guilty. I might be one of those people that is like, while somebody else is talking, there's sometimes I'm thinking and thinking and thinking and before you know it, and then they ask you a question like, so what do you think, Jeff? Oh shoot, I was just thinking about what I'm having for dinner. And it's like, beef stroganoff tonight? Oh, I'm sorry. But no, Rock Chalk and I know we used to be in Strange Suspicions trivia games. That was always a good time playing with Rock Chalk and Rock Chalk's been around a long time on this.
I love your avatar, that's for sure, and I appreciate however you got here. I'm glad you got here. She says the days of innocence until proven guilty are over. It's guilty and prove yourself innocent. Why? I have to agree with you on that.
Isn't the phrase presumed innocent in a court of law? So this is not. We're not in a court of law at all. Right. Yeah, it's when they're.
I mean, there's nothing we could do by thinking that he's guilty. He's not going to jail because I think he's guilty.
Right. Right. If I thought I was going to be on the jury, I would recuse myself from all these conversations. But I know I have no chance, and I really don't believe that what I'm saying is going to affect a jury member. And after the trial, they can be like, so why did you vote guilty? Mm-hmm. Well, I was listening to something Jeff H said a month ago, and yeah, right. Did you know he has a channel? He's got a channel. That guy's got a channel.
He plays a guitar. God's sake.
He plays a guitar.
Rock Chuck says, when were the bodies moved? Why no coverage and no one saw the bodies moved? That's weird. I agree, that's weird. Let me just say this real quick. This is our 15th week straight of doing Coburger Wednesdays. We do Coburger Wednesdays where I just bring up known facts, like what we can read out of all the documents that are coming out, trying to understand the PCA, match them up, things like that. And then on Thursdays, we kind of do like where everybody just gets together and talks about it. That's what I like to do. Other than that, I'm not a true crime channel at all. I started I thought I wanted to be a true crime channel, but then I thought there's no effing way. People who do true crime channels, you guys work hard, because I'm telling you, in these 15 weeks that I've been doing this, I have sat at this computer till my butt is just like, I literally have to pump it back up because it gets so flat. It's terrible. But I have done so much research, and I've got not a family that lives at home, but I've got 2 dogs. I'm married. I got a home. I've got grandkids. I've got kids. I just don't want to spend that much time on the internet. So kudos to y'all that are able to run. Listen, anybody could run a true crime channel under the name True Crime. The good ones are the ones that are actually out there really just beating it up and trying to figure and put out fact instead of theory. So there's that. So I did do a live. We did a live on when the bodies were moved, because there is nowhere that I can find any kind of talk about when the bodies were removed or any coverage or anything on it. We know that it was removed because everybody's got their loved ones at home with them, and Ethan and Xana are both buried. But
I don't think it'd be that hard to block off a small dead end neighborhood.
Right. What I did find,
gawkers, you know.
Right. What I did find was that the police chief, when asked about that, said that he asked there wasn't a whole lot of press there yet, and he asked the press that was across the street from the tape to move down to the end of the road where King Road and Queen meet down there. And then they had the vans come in, and he asked them, do not record it. Here was my problem with that, though. In today's day and age, I'm not saying a reporter, a good reporter, one that respects, that kind of a thing, a reputable reporter would not do that. But there are people in houses, and I'm one of them, right? If there was a murder that happened across the street, y'all don't think I wouldn't have my iPhone like shoved up against that window, and I'd be live with you guys telling you the ins and outs and the ups and downs because I want to know and I want to see it. You know what I mean? Right. That's what I don't understand is why there is like nothing been.
But if they kept anybody out of that back parking lot area, and
True.
I mean,
they could have taken them out.
The back of Queen Road apartments faces the retaining wall, and then the house that's up on the hill, on the block that's a block over. Maybe if that's all blocked off, they can go out the back sliding glass door with few eyes seeing what's going on.
True, and especially if it is in the middle of the night, which is what I think. Don't quote me, but I think I heard the sheriff say that they took him in the middle of the night, but he didn't tell what door.
Yeah.
But that
you noticed too the press was a little late getting their cameras rolling when they tore the house down. So, they.
Well, by the time they tore the house down, though, the bodies have been long gone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But I mean, is a separate instance. Like the press was late then; they'd probably be late, even if they heard. It's like, hey, I heard they're moving the bodies. Come on, let's go out and get a shot. But who knows? Maybe it's also too because it's not New York City. That's
true.
Idaho. Maybe there's a little bit of respect for the loss.
Yeah, maybe they got people with scruples. You're not going to get that here because I'm filming your butt right outside the window. I promise you that. I'm gonna.
And also, one of the first things I thought of came to mind is I emailed Chief Fry about the situation with his drip drop was kind of trying to claim that he had maybe an Odinism type of playing card on his desk. And when I tried to zoom in as much as I could, and I thought, I think that's sure looks like a Catholic prayer card to me. I'll just email him. His email was on the website. I just emailed him, and he emailed me back, and he said, yeah, that's a Catholic prayer card. He said, and he offered up. He said, I could send you a picture of it if you want. I said, man, that'd be awesome. I said, if you could send me the front and the back too, because if you just show me the front, all the naysayers are going to say, oh, you only showed the one side. It's Catholic on one side, Odinist on the other side. Is that what it is? So yeah, so he sent it to me. It's on my community tab. I put the two photos that he sent of the front and the back. It's a what is it? St. Michael's prayer for police officers or something like that. And but there was a lot of speculation that people were having because most interviews that card was sitting there on top of that yellow brick that's behind him on his desk. And then there was that one interview, the one where they were announcing that they'd made an arrest, and it was gone. And I asked him about that. I sent a second email and said, I just have a question. What about that? He said, I don't know. He said, we use that as a backdrop for interviews, for all kinds of stuff. And he said, probably just, I don't know, got moved. I thought he was going to tell me it was something like, oh man, they got their arrest. I need God more than ever today. And he put that card in his pocket or something, but excuse me. But that wasn't the story. He couldn't remember why it wasn't there that day. Just things get moved around on the desk, apparently. But what I'm trying to say though is that he didn't have to email me back a single letter or character typed on his keyboard.
Yeah,
and,
that was nice.
I thought that was pretty cool of him to do that. I mean, he didn't know me from Adam, and I might have said a few nice things that I really think you guys are doing a great job, and nobody wants to go through something like this, but But I don't know. Also, too, sometimes maybe just being a nice person gets you further than if you're a jerk.
Well, you catch more honey with flies. I mean, you catch more flies with honey, right?
Right. Like when I called K-Bar, I asked that woman. I even made notes of it because that's one thing I've been doing. I'm not the most organized person, but I have a notepad where I'm constantly putting in things that keep coming up in chats. I have a one hard drive that all my videos, still pictures, everything, just one hard drive for Idaho, so I can find stuff. PCA, if you're really a sleuther, if your PCA is more than like 3 or 4 mouse clicks away, then you ought to move it, put it on your desktop because it keeps coming up. Although less today than it did then, but yeah, I called up K-Bar.
I think that's awesome. I never even thought you could do that. So
me neither. I was so curious. I went to their website just to see if I could figure out what just to verify that it's made of brass. Because at the time, everybody's saying, DNA touches the brass and it bounces right off, after a day, But so I couldn't find anything about the makeup of it on the website, so I just picked up the phone and called their number on the site, and I made note. It was a woman named Beth. I don't know if she still works there, but she said, yeah, the whole button snap is, and I assume she was talking about the whole button snap, not just part of it,
not just the top piece that you push on.
I have mine right here. Hold on.
Oh,
I bought it from Amazon too.
What up?
Look, USMC.
Don't try to delete it, Jeff, because they know. They can figure it out.
Right. Yeah, only one reason I would want to delete it. Hey, you know what? I didn't even buy a sharpener for this. You know why? Because I don't intend on using it. But this is... I will say that the outside of the button, the one that, when it's snapped, it's facing you, it is a dark brown. Now, I don't know if that is the only part that is covered in what they call pink enamel finish. Could be. So, I mean, Jesse may have had a point there. But then again, I mean, do we know for sure exactly the location where they found, the DNA sample? One thing I do notice when I first got this, it's a tight fit, this button. And when you open it, when I peel it with my finger, I'm kind of peeling back with my thumb. Your thumbnail can kind of catch as it goes across, and part of me wondered if, is it possible for a tiny little piece of thumbnail to get wedged up in there, and maybe that's what they found was a piece of thumbnail, but I don't know.
Good point.
But this sucker is sharp as hell, right out of the box. Somebody on a live stream said, just run it across your arm and see what it does, man. Boom! I was like, I gotta use this thing to shave in the morning because it was like,
oh my god, there's no way I'd run that
right
across
off
my arm. They also have box trucks pulled right up to the door with tarps pulled across the gap. They block the view of items being moved out. But wasn't that only just for a few minutes, and then they had to take it down because that was actually the cleanup crew?
They could have used that opportunity to move the bodies out. Who knows?
But they say that that's what it was. They could have that quick took the bodies out of the house that quick, had them all right there. And boom, boom, boom. 4 people, got in the box truck with them and they just left. Because they did put all that up. And then supposedly, Ann Taylor called and said, do not touch the house. We're coming. And so they took everything back down and they drove away. Now, they could have had 2 people holding up, gurneys right there. It wouldn't be nothing for them just to roll all 4 of them in real quick. The people who are rolling them just jump in the back of the truck with them. I've thought about that as well.
Did she say, hold up, don't move anything? We want to make our own dollhouse model? No, I don't think so.
Quit bitching about it because both of them had to sign off. So, they shouldn't even be crying about the house at all. It took both of them to say, we are done with the house, for them to take the house down. That wasn't just one side's deal.
Right.
It was both of
they
theirs.
Both were...
So they need to, come on. I mean, what does it matter if it's up to scale or not? All you need to do is what do you need to prove in the house? You just prove where each bedroom was, where the bodies were found, where you saw blood, how you believe he got in and out, how the people came up those stairs, turned around, saw her laying in the floor, ran back down. You know what I mean? You don't need a whole freaking exact scale of the house. I don't know,
Right.
but I'm not a lawyer. I'm not anybody. I'm a leanie.
Yeah, I
and
think
you're-
too. You know, it's funny. I listening to what you're talking with Jesse. You know about. You know, it's funny how I think you end up reading and interpreting things differently based on. It's almost like your level of understanding what probably really happened is proportional to your love for Brian Koberger, or your support of the suspect. Let's have maybe a better way to say it. And so, and I guess we all, everybody has a bias, and we're all kind of lean towards what, this is what we believe, so this is how we receive what we're reading. But I mean, it sure seems to me that, well, I don't worry about it too much. All right, Nando, can you hear my dog? I think he wants to go out in a second here. Or he's like, let me get on there too. But, I forgot what I was going to say.
How we interpret the things that we receive.
Yeah. Well, the one thing I'm not that concerned, because why? Because Dylan and Bethany aren't standing silent. They'll get on the stand. They'll be asked questions. It will all make sense then. We all want it to make sense now, but until then, we're going to ride this out and make Dylan guilty till proven innocent.
Yeah, I can't
all the while
do that,
we're saying,
though.
yelling at everybody, saying our guy is innocent till proven guilty. We'll have this double standard, because we'll do anything to make Brian innocent. It's got to be a store owner in Moscow. It's got to be basically anybody in a 10-mile radius in Idaho has got to be the one. It can't be Brian, just because it looks just like his car coming in. Got no license plate. It's got the little shark fin on the back and coming into the little dead-end neighborhood. We see it go by the Linda Lane camera 5 times, and on the last time, it's driving a lot faster than the previous 4. He's in a hurry on that last one. He's excited or something. And he's speeding away. He's speeding to the crime, and he's speeding out of the crime. So, and that's just the car. That's just the car. You got the DNA. You got the, you got the paper that he wrote. He knows how to do this.
Right.
I mean, if
he wrote his own crime.
If they showed like the bushy eyebrow guy on the Banfield, Saeed. It's like Saeed has a website where all he talks about is like how to get away with murder. Okay, start looking at him. So that's kind of sus. But we can't do the same thing for Brian. I mean, that's the thing. It's like this crime doesn't look like it was done by a drunk, angry frat guy. This looks like it was done by somebody who's thought about it, studied it, and and I tell you what, when I got the reason I bought the K-bar was because there's a Marine that you've probably seen him in the chat rooms called named Tom Van. He's a former Marine, although you're always a Marine. He said, the K-bar knife, the butt end of the knife handle is just like a hammer. The Marines are trained to use it as a weapon to knock somebody out in their skull, and to use it to hammer nails, hammer tent stakes, whatever you need a hammer for. I was like, I got to see this for myself. And I tried. I took it and it struck the palm of my hand with the butt end of the knife. And man, it's no different than a hammer from Home Depot.
Wow, really?
So
I didn't know that.
Wait, how bad's my hair? I could show you. Let me think about that. Let me think about how I got a bad haircut.
Well,
recently. But it's on my website. You can see that.
Yeah, I'll look on your website. If you don't mind, I'll pull it up from your website and show it on here.
I only have like 3 videos in my the shorts section of my YouTube channel, and that's one of them. It's just like close-ups of the knife. I mean, I've been talking to 12 Gauge. I'm like, one of these days I'm going to do a video where I take like a coconut, a piece of sheet metal, and just do a video showing like, a hammer from Home Depot and a hammer. But the reason that it's important, and be sure you notice that pro burgers never talk about the butt end of the knife being a hammer. Never talk about it, because it offers up the ability to do something similar to what Ted Bundy did. Ted Bundy went into that sorority and attempted to kill 4 people. Interesting. Four people in a sorority. Interesting. But what did he do? He took a piece of wood and he knocked them unconscious first and then strangled them with a stocking. So if you're going into that's the other thing they always say, make it make sense, but they don't really want it to make sense. But you can make it make sense if you go into this small house and deal with each of these victims one at a time, and you just, the one side of the knife you cut with, the other side you knock them in the head, and if they're not fully unconscious, they're like out of it because they've just been struck by a hammer in the head. And I would think that who would know that Ted Bundy did that? Would somebody that studied under Catherine Ramsland possibly know this? Would this come up in conversation as like methodology of serial killers? Now you see why Kroger Burgers don't want to talk about things like this, because it's bad. It's bad for the narrative, like they like to call what guilters like me think. So, I just want.
Yeah.
I don't know why you can't converse about all options, because then you can always talk about, well, here's why it doesn't work. Here's why it does work. Here's why. But I'm telling you, I don't see, if you go into a house, you pull that sheath out, pull the knife out of the sheath, and you just turn your hand 180 degrees, and raise your hand above your head, and bam, with the pinky side of your fist, you're hitting them in the head with a hammer. And
yeah, but would you take the chance? Let me ask you this, because you can actually hold it. Would you take the chance of it coming out of your hand?
Well, keep in mind that the knife has a guard that's up against your thumb. I got to show it. I'm always reluctant because you got these jerk YouTubers that are like, hey, we got a still picture of Jeff.
Nobody's here, Jeff. Nobody cares about this little channel.
But you do such a great show. Everybody's going to be
nobody
tuning
cares,
in,
Jeff.
watching
Nobody cares about me.
Okay. Wait, let me not.
Nobody cares here. Let's see. Rock says, honestly, where's all the emotions about the loss of the kids? I would be such a wreck. Oh, girl, me too. Listen, Congress would know. I would be picketing. Everybody knows about me. I'd be picketing the White House, demanding to talk to me some DJT. Every police department in this whole country would know about it. CNN, ABC, NBC, every one of them would know me, because I would be screaming from the mountaintops, and I wouldn't shut up. So I feel you on that, sister.
Wait, I got an idea. I'm going to use this other camera so you can
put a
better.
baklava or whatever on your face. Balaclava. I'll never be able to say that word.
Balaclava.
Balaclava. There we go. Balaclava. Put one of them over your head.
Wait, I can use this. I got a DSLR camera on my desk that I use for my guitar lessons. I actually use StreamYard for guitar lessons with I only have one student. She's 11 and she's learning to play the acoustic guitar.
Bless her.
But StreamYard is great for that if you're also a teacher. Wait.
No, rock chalk. She says, yet they compare him to Dennis Rader too. They are not even close. I know Dennis, and he was my husband's neighbor for over 10 years and went to the same church. Oh my God. I would love to interview you.
Went to the same church?
Went to the same church.
I don't know how that dude steps into a church without bursting into flames.
Listen, sometimes the devil goes to church too.
Oh yeah, devil knows the Bible more than any.
That's
preacher.
right. AZ says there's a channel that has a K-bar fighting knife instruction test video. I'll share the name of the channel. You can share the channel. That's fine. I don't mind people doing that. Best kept secret on YouTube, Jeff. That's us. That's us. We run a very low profile channel here.
All right, let me see.
But we're freaking funny.
Settings. Okay.
I think he only had to use it like that on Kaylee.
Okay,
since
so here's.
Okay. Here, let me take this off just a minute. Hi, TLCSB.
So here's the hammer, and let me see if do I get something metal I can bang against this so you can get a sense. Here's a pair of scissors. So see, that is.
Oh wow.
That's solid.
So does that go all the way?
Ring.
Would that go all the way through the inside of that wood? You think?
So these are rings that are stacked on top. This blade is all one piece, and then it gets thinner through the middle of these rings, and you can see that's the part the little part, the rectangle. That's what's going through. That's the end of the blade itself.
Okay.
This is a metal piece. Wait, how can I focus closer? Other way. That's
wow.
the focal distance. So this ring, and I think that's it's got like it's stamped. It's not a screw or anything. It's just a stamp to keep keep the ring on the end.
Let me ask you this.
See this part right here?
Yeah.
That part is going to keep, when you hit down here with the hammer, this is what keeps your hand from sliding up onto the blade. I hear a lot of people talk about that.
But what about if you're hitting with the hammer? Is it going to come out of your hand?
No, actually, I'm thinking of it backwards. Your hand is going to slide towards the hammer end when you.
That's what I mean. Is it going to come out?
No. This is ridged, so you've got these grooves. These feel like I don't know if they're wood or leather. I can't remember. Man, if I had my other lens, I could go closer.
So, but you wouldn't hold the knife the same way if you were going to use the blade side. You're not going to.
I think you would hold it like that.
You do. I wouldn't hold it like that.
How would you hold the knife?
I mean, for the hammer, yes. But if you're going to use the blade, what I'm saying,
what are you going to go like that to?
No, the blade would be coming out of the other side of my, down there where the other part. Turn it all the way around in your hand.
You're talking about
this? That's how I would use it to unalive somebody. There's more force that way. Because you're doing the same thing using the hammer now. You're using the hammer the same way. You're using it on the back side of your hand to punch down. So you would do the same way.
Good point. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I've never used it for anything. You can see it's still.
Well, we're going to need you to get a pillow or something and get outside with that puppy dog in the background and figure. But I just think, I cook and stuff like that. I've held knives. If I'm going to unalive somebody, it's going to be in my fist, and it's going to be in a punching motion, especially if I'm punching downward. You know what I mean?
But I wonder, though,
if you're laying down.
If you've got it this way, and somebody's able to block your arm away from you, or you then now all you have is the hammer to fight back at them. That's why I think I would keep it this way, so that I can use actually like my own body weight to go towards them. You just turn it like that and slice. It's just like a tennis racket. Is really. I've taken tennis lessons. Like in tennis, when you go for your backhand, you got to rotate the knife just to.
Yeah, but let me ask you this: so if a person is laying down, you're standing over them. How easy is it going to be for you to unalive them? Use it.
Okay,
holding
I see
it
what
like
you're saying.
that.
Yeah, maybe you would go like that.
Exactly.
To come down. That's a good point.
And you're going to be punching instead of pushing. Because if you use it the way you were using it, you're pushing. If you're using it that way, you're punching it into them. You see what I'm saying?
Don't you think that this is more likely what broke Kaylee's nose than his own fist?
I think definitely it was not his fist. Not
again, like
you could break a nose with the fist. We all know that, right? We've seen bar fights.
But you can hear that. You hear that? It's just
it's solid.
No different than a hammer. Oh man, I'm actually.
Oh, stop that! Oh my gosh.
Messed up that's my thing for guitar picks. All right, Nucky. All right.
But
what about this? What about the idea? Some people say, "Oh, well, it'd be better to have this on your belt." Don't you think that if this was on your belt, when you go to put the knife away, you're turning sideways? Look, I just accidentally stabbed my chair. Wouldn't it be easier to have this off and kind of like a samurai puts it away? That is much safer to me. Bring it out, put it back, put it away. That is much safer than twisting in the dark. You don't know if somebody else is in there that's awake is going to jump you. I think this is a much better thing. Now, did he drop it because Kaylee came in and fought him, or
I
did he
think so.
set it down and then maybe set it down because he's doing some of this and he's doing some of that, and I don't know. But I know I don't
but
think
was
that it
he-
was said that it was placed there because they thought the killer placed it there. I think they're trying to get at something else. I know, Nanook. I know.
Yeah, I think it was left there. Look, can I ask you something about the knife real quick before you put it away? Is there
Yeah.
anywhere on that knife that has a serial number, any kind of number that identifies it as its own thing? Like kind of like a weapon has a number on it or a gun?
No, not
There's
at all.
nothing.
Yeah, there's no numbers here. The closest thing to anything is like what it says, made in sheath,
And
sheath
nothing
made in,
on your
in-
knife.
sheath made in Mexico. There's a little
And
sticker right
there's
there.
no identification number on the knife anywhere?
No, the only thing is it says K-Bar, clean, New York. I guess that's where it's made. On the other side it says USMC, but yeah, there's nothing else along the blade. There's nothing, there's nothing on the handle. There's nothing on the inside of the guard.
That's a shame. Well, I mean, would that be so much easier though if it did have a number on it and then when it was shipped out through Amazon, that number was on the shipping order as well and it went to Brian and you know what I mean? Wow, that's
Right,
what
no,
it comes
does.
in.
It comes in a box. It's got wait, I can get closer if I zoom in a little bit. There we go. Focus. So it's got a little sticker there with the
with the barcode on it. Okay.
Um,
And then where's it made
it's
at?
got. Let's see. Let me just make sure there's no information that I shouldn't be.
That's
showing
not you, yeah.
Of my own. Let's see. Where's focus.
Right there. Made in, I can't see where it's made in, Jeff. Where's it made at? I'm just curious. USA.
USA.
Alright.
Sheath is made in Mexico.
Okay, let me ask you this. So the knife and the sheath, do they come in different packages or did they come together?
Yeah, they were not they were in the same box, but the knife itself is actually in this cardboard sleeve.
Okay.
It came like this, so it's the sheath. The sheath was sitting in the box separately. I think
Okay.
it was also buttoned and just
Okay.
laying inside the box. And then this has got a number on it. I don't know if that's is that the same number it's on. It's different than what's on the
1228.
outside. I don't know what that means. Could be a date that it was made. Excuse me. It's also says it on the backside, just smaller. But yeah, this blade itself was actually just inside of that, I guess for safety's sake. So this just was sitting on top of the sheath inside the box.
Okay.
The only other thing in here is just like a excuse me, a K-Bar, pamphlet. A little bit of history. Not everybody knows that K-Bar. The reason it's called K-Bar is because there was somebody that killed a bear with it.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Kill a bar, K-Bar.
Yep.
Here you go. Here's a phone number if you want to call.
I would
about the pink enamel finish.
Yeah.
Or
Just
their website.
just leave it on there and I will pull it up. And I definitely want to call him because I want to talk to him about the serial number. Joni has one as well, and she says hers doesn't have a serial number, and I want to know why. All right, let me jump in chat really, really quick and see what's going on up here.
Let me take the dog out too.
Okay, yeah, go take the dog out. The handle feels like hard plastic. Oh man. Rock Chalk says, I just looked at your Amazon receipt. Jeff, TLC, did you get home from work, honey? She says, it'll be interesting to hear what kind of wounds they had. Absolutely. AZ says the handle is actually leather. Wow. Lulu says, I wonder if BK used a mesh glove. He would have thought about all the variables and prepped for various incidents like cutting himself. We know that he started buying, if it is In fact, he started buying the kill kit before he ever moved to Washington. So he's had plenty of time to figure this out. Lunch Lady says, I would hold it the way Leanie said. Maybe it's more feminine. Yeah, maybe we feel like we would have more power with it. I feel like I wouldn't have enough upper body strength to, to push it into somebody. But to punch it into, I'll kick the shit out of you. I can punch and I can kick. That's just me though. Mary Jane Doe says, that wound would definitely be recognizable being hit by the bottom of the K-bar. Well, I absolutely do believe that Kaylee, because look, like I was trying to say, that we've all seen, barroom fights where people or on the TV where people get their nose broken. It's not hard to punch someone in the nose and break their nose, I guess. But a nose break, probably 9.5 times out of 10 is not going to kill a person. And Steve G says that her facial injuries was enough to kill her if the knife wounds didn't. So I just don't believe that he beat her that bad had time to beat her that bad with his fists. I think it was a blunt instrument. Let's keep going. I'm like 3 minutes behind. That's probably why some things aren't making sense to me. Mary Jane says, and you wouldn't be worried about your hand slipping to hit the blade while you're hitting. It's when you pull it back. Oh, good point. Good point about the slipping. Yeah, good point. Good point about that. If it's on your belt, it gives someone something to hold on to you by, or you could get caught on. Yeah, I just don't believe he had it on a belt, you guys. I don't. Why wouldn't I walk to and from a scene with that knife hanging off my belt, too visible. Right, too scary. Yeah. I mean, you're already taking a chance, right? Why show your weapon? Right. Joni, you're back from your shopping experiment. Plus no belt with a Dickies jumpsuit. Correct. So he just walked out carrying a knife without a sheath. I think he did. I absolutely think he did, but I think he was so frenzied. That's why I just do not believe that I think he was, look, this whole mission was thwarted. I think that he went in to kill Maddie and only Maddie. I think when Kaylee was in that bed and she got up and fought with him, that's why the wounds don't match, like Steve said. And then when he came downstairs, I think one of them saw him and they were collateral damage. He had to kill him. So I think he was hightailing it out of that damn house. I really do. Rock Truck says it's Idaho mini knives on the hip like Oklahoma and Kansas. Everyone has their pistol. We saw someone this morning, you guys, here in Indiana, and her pistol was just on the side of her, and I asked Beefcake about it, and he was like, there's a law now that you don't have to register your guns, and you don't have to register them, right, babe? Who's in the kitchen? You don't have to register your guns now, right? Or you have to register them, but they don't have to be concealed anymore.
Right.
So if they're registered, they don't have to be concealed.
I heard you don't have to register your guns. You don't have to get a concealed carry license.
You don't have to get a concealed carry license if you've got your gun registered. Okay. I was in shock to kind of see it. I mean, I've seen guns before. It's just, I don't know. I don't know why I was in shock about it. No serial number on the knife itself. AZ, well, let's see. Rock Chalk BK is from PA. Yeah, but he would have had the knife there in Idaho, so I get what she's saying. Batch number, yeah.
It'll be interesting to know how many other like knife wielding activities was part of his. I mean, will he be able to claim that he would go hunting or, Although
heard
that's really not a good point because I'm not, like I said, I bought mine for the purpose of this case. I
Right.
had no intention of using it. So,
and I think I know that God, I can't even think.
Thank you, Lulu.
2 of my sons have them. One is a hunter and a fisher, and that's why he has one. I mean, avid, big game. And the other one is because he just got out of the military. It's part of his
I mean, it
kit.
would be a great
you know?
great knife for like if trying to get the fish hook and it's down deep in the fish and or just cleaning the fish afterwards. I've only done that once in my whole life, and it was like, I know the fish was dead, but I was like, man, I'm so sorry, I'm taking your head off.
Aw. So you don't eat fish?
Oh, I eat fish, but I only cleaned a fish once, and my friend of mine showed me how to do it, and his you should have seen his cats were like, they were like up on the couch. We were doing it in the dining room on the dining room table. The cats were up on the top of the couch, like, hey, you gonna drop any of that?
Yeah. AZ, nobody's planning a crime with a K-bar would carry it visibly on their person and on their belt, especially too hard to ditch it quickly.
Also, too, if he had worn it, I'll even be fair to him. If the killer, whoever the killer is, had worn it on a belt, doesn't a belt two things it does, I think. It slows you down getting out of your coveralls when it's over. And also a belt gives just one of the victims something to grab onto if they're going to struggle with you or fight. I mean, if you've got no belt, you've just got this one coveralls, if they try to grab you on the side or anything, there's nothing to grab onto. So I've never really thought that it was likely to be on his side in any way or on a belt.
Well, let me ask you this. If you're wearing a belt as well, just say a belt with your jeans, your dress pants or whatever. I guess I could ask Beefcake this, but it just came up. You wouldn't be as, I don't know, able. Now, I know he's a lot younger guy, right? But does it restrict movement in any way? Would you think?
Wearing a belt?
Yeah. So say he's fighting with Kaylee, right? Because, I mean, her parents say she put up one hell of a fight. So say he's fighting with Kaylee. Would the belt, if he, let's just say they were right. Oh my God, he wore a belt. Shit. Would it restrict him in any way from some of the moves that he would need to make in that fast of a time, do you think?
I don't know. It seems like a problem that you could run into is that if it got too loose and it started to slide down over your butt or
trip you up, anything could happen, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. And surely,
or the other thing it does is it gives some recognizable thing to somebody. It's like he had a keep on trucking belt buckle, or something.
There you go.
I remember
his name on the back of it. His name, Brian, on the back.
All I remember is a keep on trucking. Yeah.
Do you guys remember the belts? Everybody had a belt with their name on the back of it.
Yeah.
Especially
it was a big gold one, and it said Leon. It's like George or Bubba. So, man, what do you remember? I remember bushy eyebrows because I like to draw eyes and eyebrows. What rotten luck for that poor killer guy. And I just remember the Bubba belt buckle.
Yeah, or the big rodeo, the buck rider, the bronco rider. Yeah. Rock Chop wanted to say good night to you. Rick just got home. We have to go see the week-old twins at the hospital. Awesome. Congratulations to you. Thank you for coming. Joni says, have a great visit. Thank you for coming, and we appreciate you so much. Mary Jane says, I think the laws are different in every state. A lot of them absolutely are, yes. I don't have to conceal and carry in many states. I know that they've laxed up a lot. What is a vegan? Oh, such a good point. What is a vegan hunting for?
That's a very good question, right?
Oh, I gotta write that one down and use it against everybody that I can. That is such a good point. Yes, TLC is me. He was a vegan. That's right. Even in jail, he's getting vegan meals. AZ says, my state has no gun registration Anyone can carry open or concealed, no permit required. My husband, Beefcake, just said, AZ, he just said, must be Texas. No, she's not from Texas, babe. Jody says, mine belonged to my late fiance and he was a Marine. So there you go. I mean, I just think that up until now, people have them that were either passed down, were in the military, or are severe. I mean, they're real hunters. And I'm not talking about for squirrel. I'm talking about for big game. There was something I was going to ask you, Jeff. One other question I wanted to ask you. What was it? Oh, did anyone hear about the lady named, Lord help me. I know her last name starts with an S and her first name is a 4-letter name. Anyway, she was killed in the same neighborhood that Brian Koberger used to live in Pennsylvania.
Is
And
that where his parents had to go in for a
they had to
hearing or
go into
something
the
about it?
grand jury to testify in front of the grand jury. So what do you make of that?
That
What do
was
you
and
make of that?
they so they had to do that. This was after he was arrested, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I always assumed that they were just looking into, how possible cases could connect, or the assumption. You don't want to just assume that because somebody's done something, it's the only time they've done it. So maybe they were just trying to do diligence and say, well, we're looking at a possible connection over 2,500 miles away on the West Coast, and he's from Pennsylvania here, or not too far from where this happened. So,
yeah.
I mean, I assume not much came of it, of course, because we would have heard. I think.
Yeah,
sort of,
there would have been. It just sound mighty weird to me. I don't know. I think we'll know more, see more, hear more as time goes on, of course, because there's going to be more stuff that's dropped. I did see that they're sealing much more than I would like them to seal, but that's not here nor there. They don't owe me a damn thing. But I do think more is going to come out, and I think I think when we start listening to the trial, the pieces are just going to fall together. Like, that makes sense. Because if you remember when we first saw the transcripts, the first transcripts that came out from the text messages between the surviving roommates, you could tell right away reading them, like something's redacted. Like this,
right.
Some of this is making absolutely no sense. Something was taken out of this they don't want us to know about. Well, so they just had in there that, that Dylan had texted an Uber driver. And oh my God, everybody went wild with that, right? Oh my God, she's texting the cartel and her drug dealer to make sure that he's on his way or where he's at so they could kill the roommates. Well, then we find out after we get the rest of it, right? That the girls were all together in Kaylee's room at 2:00 in the morning. Kaylee, Maddie, Dylan, Bethany. Kaylee and Maddie had already been to the grub truck. They brought home carbonaro. Okay. And they were all up there talking about 2:00 in the morning. And Dylan and Bethany were talking about going back out. We're hungry too. So that's when she ended up calling a friend of hers who was an Uber driver to see if he was still out driving. So see, all those people that were, oh my God, he's part of the cartel. You know what I mean? And just running with that. When if we would have just waited 3 more weeks, we got the answer to why that Uber driver was even called.
I think that just that whole process, which you just described, it also lets us know we ought to have learned by now that there's yet more to know. We didn't know the final resting position of Kaylee at one point, remember? And then we did.
Right.
And the thing is like, I don't understand why Steve G isn't seen as the same awesome resource for knowledge in this case like he was in the beginning. I mean, in the beginning, I don't remember anybody hating on him like they do now.
It's because they had to wait to get, a person that was going to be charged with the crime and decide if they liked the person or not. I don't know how that works. I don't work that way. Um, Frank, I would let you up, but I've been on now for 7 hours, so I am fixing to get off.
Wow.
Up here. This has been a long day of lives, and that's just been for this live. I did a 3-hour live with my husband earlier because he just finished up last night he got home after 11 o'clock at night for an attempted murder trial that he sat on the jury for. So we did a whole live on his jury experience. I'm so grateful for him coming, because a lot of us will never get called to, like me. And if I get called,
don't you just think that most people that get on the jury, they take that job very, very seriously?
My
and if
husband
they didn't,
does.
they wouldn't get chosen by either side.
My husband has been on a death penalty, murder one in Oklahoma, and that was several years back. And then here in our town now, he just finished up a attempted murder against a police officer. So he did a live with me today. Went longer than I thought it would go, but he kind of gave us the play-by-play of it, because I didn't even know. Right? He wasn't sequestered, so he got to come home every night after they were done. I didn't ask any questions. That was hard. I didn't ask him any questions. Nothing. He didn't tell me what it was, who it was, or what all was going on.
Sleep?
No. You know what I did though? See, I'm smart. I went to the docket. I went to the county I'm in and seen what was on the docket for Monday morning. And there was only one. And so I knew. So then my little fingers went to walking with that name, and I looked up in the news. So I found out that it was an attempted murder and the guy's name on a cop. So he knew I did that, and I didn't bug him. I didn't say nothing. It was so hard, but so I waited pretty much to find out a lot of stuff, just like everybody in chat did. So anyways, Jeff, I want to thank you for coming up. You have this has been a great live. I have enjoyed meeting you, really getting to talk to you, and getting to know you, and I like you the way you present things and make us understand. And thank you for letting us see.
I hope our paths cross, more often. 12 gauge.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm not going to lie and make it out that I go to everybody's channels. I don't. I stay here. I've got a family.
You often find me over there, but I do work from my computer at home, so I get notifications popping up in the upper right of my screen that says this person's gone live. Person gone live. Everybody's like, "You're always on here." It's like, well, yeah, because I'm always at my computer.
You're working right there. Yeah, that's the perfect job. Well, yeah,
Joni sub to my channel.
Oh yeah, you guys sub up to Jeff, and you guys, he does a lot. I mean, that's where like I said, I seen you well over 2 years ago, because I've been on have my own channel now for 15 months, and I was over in the true crime community. That's where I found YouTube at. I thought it was just a place to play my music, and during the Gabby,
all I had was like videos of my son when he was little. That's the only thing I had on YouTube. I didn't know what to do with it. And then when I started, I guess it all started over at T-Rev. I'd noticed they'd be talking for hours and hours they'd be talking about stuff that was visual, but have no visuals. And I was like, well, shoot, you guys are talking about comparing this car to that car. I can pull up Photoshop and send you something like in just a couple minutes. And next thing you know, I'm sending video clips of comparison, and overlays of the Elantra from the Linda Lane footage, and and all that stuff. It's like, well, it could have just all sat on a hard drive after I used it on their show. And I thought, well, shoot, I'll just put it on a channel, and that'll be. So it's like, that's why my channel isn't like most channels where I do lives or I do anything like that, because I'm too nervous to do something like that.
Why? You're great.
I don't like to run the show. I like to be a guest of the show, But so it's more like a reference library. And I've gotten a lot of compliments from people that say, oh man, it's so nice to come to a video and just watch what you came to see. Not like somebody talking for like 20 minutes before they show you the thing to see. It's like,
they want to keep, they want to keep you watching. Yeah. I get that.
Do you
Well,
know?
it
Do
is.
you know? Also know somebody named Warning Label Nina.
No.
You know, she's a good friend, and we always running into her for years now on the YouTube streets too. But she could really use some subs too. Right now, she's going through some stuff, and if her YouTube channel starts to send a few more bucks here and there, that would benefit her greatly. And so, plus two, just check her stuff out. She's lost a son to a drug addiction. She's a very deep spiritual person, and just a fun. She'd fit in right here just perfectly.
Well, I'll let you.
Yeah, keep an eye out for her.
No, what I want you to do is, if you don't mind, just writing her name in chat. The mods will find her and drop her link. It's the best I could do, and I'll sub up to her absolutely and check it out. But it's. I'm so thankful. I'm telling you, if this is not providential that you landed over here, because I could tell you right now where I started seeing you at, and I used to watch you all the time, and you're probably going to be like, "Oh, that was a long time ago."
Yeah, where was it? Here, I'll put the Nina's thing in private chat because I don't think I can. It won't show up if I put it in comments, right?
YouTube warning label, Nina.
Yeah. She calls herself Warning Label Nina because you never know what's going to come out of her mouth.
Oh, I get that.
She speaks freely, so she comes with a warning label. She's great.
Allegedly with Brittany.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
haven't been over there in a while, and every now and then she'll do something on Idaho, and then I'll pop in. But it seems lately like, gosh, there's so much like
it's drama.
Female YouTuber versus female YouTuber deathmatch. It's like I don't.
Let's go to court.
Do anything for me. It's like, why don't you just ignore what they say and watch the whole issue just drop, and then you might talk about something else. But I don't know. I guess I get that. I can understand that feeling of like, they said what? Oh, I got to respond to that. I got to,
Yeah.
And then it's just a tennis match. It keeps going back and forth and back and forth.
It's tough. It's tough. Too much fighting. That's correct. That's why I just stick to my own little corner over here that nobody knows anything about.
The great philosopher Rodney King said, "Can't we all get along?"
Can't we though? Just can't we though, Jeff?
Right. Shouldn't be that hard.
Can one of my mods pick up that? Lizzo's probably in bed. Joni, do you know how to do that? Do you know how to pick up that link? If not, I can run and pick it up real quick. Lulu's here. Lou, lunch lady, any one of y'all know how to pick up that link for Jeff's friend warning label Nina? They're probably trying to get it up right now. I would have to, because I'm in StreamYard, I would have to go over to YouTube to pull it up. Yeah, in
StreamYard, don't you have the two columns? You have private chat and then comments also?
Yeah.
Can you copy it from private chat?
I might be able to. Let me see. I might be able to. I've never done it that way.
It's just a guess. I don't know that for sure that it's possible, but. And my dog Nanook thanks you for letting him show his face on a camera.
That's so sweet.
He was showing off.
What kind of
downstairs in the house with the cats, and we have a gate that separates the upper area. But a long time, about 6 months or so ago, I decided let's just leave it open. The only way the cats and this dog are going to get along is if they just spend some time together. It's going to be a rough, bumpy road, but it's getting better. It's getting better. One day I would love to see like them just snuggling up to each other, like keeping each other warm.
I have that. I have 2 Goldens, and I have my little. I've got Wednesday, and that's a cat, and they snuggle up together. Wednesday thinks she's a dog. She really, really does. If you could see the stuff that she does, it's amazing to me.
Is Wednesday named like after Adam's family? Wednesday.
I probably heard it on there. I've just always liked Wednesday, or I've liked Tuesday, to tell you the truth.
Yeah,
it's just crazy. My dogs aren't named that. Like my boy dog is Newt, and he's named after Lonesome Dove, one of the greatest westerns ever. And then
write that down.
Lonesome Dove. It's got Tommy Doo. It's got Tommy Lee Jones and Duvall. What's his first name?
Robert?
Robert Duvall. Yes. Oh my goodness. And oh my goodness. And the son's name is Newt. And so that's what I named my dog after. And it's an epic. So it's got a couple, it's kind of like a series. And then I've got Anichka. And the reason why, and I call her call sign is Little Girl, because I wanted to name her something from her homeland. Both of her parents are from the Ukraine. So I wanted to give her a Ukrainian name. So that's how she's Anichka, but I call her Little Girl. So, but anyways, did
cool.
we?
Hey, real quick, speaking of movies, do you guys ever discuss the movie that Brian's sister was in?
I tried looking it up.
Yeah, you can watch it on Amazon Prime. That's where I just recently watched.
Are you
skimmed
kidding
it
me?
mostly last week. But wait, I think I texted. There's a line in the movie that, the killer, towards. I don't want to give away any part of the movie. It's not that great a movie. It really kind of sucks anyway. But
I heard that it sucks, but I still would like to see it.
But there's a line in the movie where the killer is talking to a girl that doesn't yet know that he's the killer. She hasn't figured that out yet. She's about to. And let me tell you the line. And come on, I should be able to find it. It should be right here.
Thank y'all for dropping her link. Will you guys sub up to Nina, please? Thank you so much. He's getting the movie Lulu for us. Because I looked, I couldn't find it.
So this is something I had texted somebody. That's how I remembered it. I did this recently. There's a part of the movie where the killer says to this one girl who doesn't suspect him as the killer, he says, "Relax. I'm not going to let anyone hurt you." That sounds similar to.
Oh my God!
Yeah, kind of similar to "It's okay. I'm going to help you. Relax.
Yes.
I'm not going to let anyone hurt you."
What is the name of it again?
And the notion that it's called 2 Days Back.
2 days back.
Right?
I think Joni told me that before. And I looked and looked, couldn't find it anywhere. And I was shitty about it. 2 days back. That sounds right. I can't believe they said that.
It's like you can go on Amazon Prime for like $4.99. I think that's what I paid to get it. 2 days back.
Can you let Nina know that she's got a couple subs?
Awesome. That'll make her night.
From our channel, so I appreciate that. And Jeff, you're welcome back anytime. Come and see us. Like I said, I'm not a true crime channel. We do everything under the sun. It's just Wednesdays and Thursdays during the day we do Coburger, and that's about it as far as we get to true crime.
Well, I'm subbed to you now, so I should be seeing.
Thank you so much, Jeff.
If I forget, I'll be around.
And I will sub to Nina and you as well. And God, I appreciate it so much. So much.
Thank you. No, the honor is mine. I appreciate it. I think you got a great show. I love the way you're doing what you're doing. So yeah, keep it up.
You.
I can't wait till the next time you go live. So I'll invite as many people as I can think of that might be on, and we'll come on by.
Thanks.
We'll bring a party.
All right, all
right, guys.
Bring the party. Thank you so much, Jeff. It's good talking to you.
Thank you. I'll see you next time.
Bye. All right. Bye-bye. Y'all, I'm serious. I'm not lying when I tell you I've wanted to talk to him for a long time. I've watched him on many, many panels. And I thought, damn, he's so smart. I love smart people. Thank y'all for subbing to her. I appreciate it. I'm going to sub to her since this is over. After I take some medicine, I'm wheezy. In the vampire movie Abigail, the vampire called his captives meat sacks, which is a term Brian used as a teenager. No shit. I'm going to write that down. It's a movie. Oh, Abigail. I'll write that down too. Thank you so much for telling me that. Y'all, I think all the lives today that we've done have been great lives. I appreciate those that have stayed with us. It means so much to me. Thank you to those that gave the thumbs up, because that is the ultimate gift that you could give the channel. And thank you to Jeff for coming up for my brain's falling apart. You guys help me. Who else been here? I can't think of his name right now. I'm drawing a blank. Can somebody help me in chat? I'm just so tired. I've probably done a total of about 9 hours. 9 hours today. Jesse, thank you, Jeff H. Jeff, Jesse, Mags, you are my heart. I love you so much. Thank you for coming up. And to those that are new subs, welcome to the Love Bugs. I appreciate you being here. Those that just hung out in the naked bushes up there, thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate the view. And those that hang out and chat, whether you agree with me, you don't agree with me. Everybody has a voice and everybody deserves to be heard respectfully. And then take away from it whatever you want to take away from it. That's the way that I look at things. So thank you for being respectful in chat. And thank you to the best mods ever, the mad mods here at According to Leanie, that keep our chat safe, healthy, and fun to hang out at. I appreciate you so much. Thank you to those that are members of this channel and help pay the bills every month here. We appreciate you as well. All right, guys, that's it for me. We've done another one. We're clearing this one out. If you guys can't be good at it. You know what to do. Send me a video of it, because I need content. Obviously, that's what I've heard. All right, guys, you take care. Have a good night, a good day, wherever you're at. Love you guys. Bye.
Big heart.